2 minutes. What? That works.
Good morning. I will call this meeting of the Pittsboro Board of Commissioners special meeting for April 7th, 2026 to order. We have the agenda in front of us. It's been advertised for the special meeting. I get a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonds. Second.
A second.
Thank you, Commissioner Thurber. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Up first, we have department accomplishments and goals.
Yes, sir, I'll take that one. Real quick, just want to point out your community budget survey results. That just closed on the 31st. We don't have a presentation ready for you yet, but Caitlin will be doing that at the May meeting to kind of dive more deeper into those numbers. But just real quick, we had, I want to say about half were outside the town limits and half were inside the town limits. So in terms of using this type of information for a budget, we wanted to separate the in-town and out-of-town. So your second attachment is the in-town respondents. So take a look at that. There's some good information there, and then we'll take a deeper dive in May. All right, to department achievements and goals, starting with Public Works. Had several paving projects completed this year, 5 streets total, over 30,000 in patches. We were able to get some connectivity project done in Powell Place that was left out from construction, and about 20,000 of replacement projects around town. They planted about 50 trees and shrubs around Public Works, which you all will see that, I believe, next week for the open house down there, just to provide some buffering between Public Works and the residential neighbors. And got our iWork system going already, almost 1,400 work orders completed since July of last year. Added some hybrids, our first 350 truck, and a storm response trailer with cones and barricades. And pretty much got the Public Works building completed. And that grand opening, I think, is next week. 137 final inspections, continue to upgrade signage, and Public Works has been working on improving their internal customer service, how they work with other departments to help them accomplish their goals. So it's been good to see that improvement. Next year, continue to try to resurface and repair sidewalks where we can. We want to try to start moving our fleet maintenance in-house. We hired a fleet technician from Carborough, and so he has already started to kind of lean into that role a little bit. And so you may see a title change for him in the coming months as we start to evaluate the savings from that compared to just, contracting all that work out. So be on the look for that. Facilities maintenance division, y'all helped us create that a few months ago. That's going well, having a team of people we can call for when stuff breaks in buildings. And then they want to complete the design for the next building that they need at Public Works, and we'll show you, we'll have that staked out where that location is going to be at Public Works. Continue on inspections, provide and continue to work on the internal customer service.
Donovan, could you repeat a bit? You mentioned Carborough, someone coming from Carborough. I'm sorry.
Yes, we hired, I believe he was their fleet maintenance technician. And so he came over here to be kind of a Public Works general maintenance worker. But with the skills he has, he's kind of started to work on small engine repair, small car repairs. And so we're going to start leaning into that in-house fleet maintenance.
Okay, that should increase uptime and decrease costs.
And decrease cost. Yes, sir.
Yeah, room for him in the new building.
We could, but we think if we could get the third building put out there, that will be built specifically for a lift. And then he could that would be kind of our fleet maintenance section. So, but Daniel's probably the one to give you all that information. He can provide all that at the open house. Is that next week?
No, this is 30 minutes.
I mean, Thursday. Things are starting to blend together.
So can you talk about the F-150 hybrid? How is that performing?
Oh, the hybrids are great. Yeah. Love the hybrids. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir. Anything else? Okay. All right, moving on to development services. So kind of an approach to how we look at planning and engineering and downtown with the development services organizational chart. And we hired our development services director and hired a senior planner. We're doing interviews now for another senior planner, possible planner two, and hired our new intake service person, and they started a couple weeks ago. They're seemingly doing great. Process over 700 applications, grants in process 2 million. Future goals, stormwater program, some transportation updates, which you should see in a couple of months. Revising fees, so that way new development is covering about 75% of our cost in development services. So you'll see some fee changes in this budget as well, or in the new budget. Still looking at expedited review process, trying to streamline process across division, and joining the state watershed program. And we're looking to have 10 million in grant applications in over the next probably 6 months. I know A's got one scheduled to submit every month until the end of the year. Planning division, added a senior planner who is doing phenomenal work, reviewing plans, UDO research. You'll see a lot of UDO changes coming over the next 6 months as well. Planner one had a promotion there, and again, hiring that additional planning position that's open and doing more UDO revisions. Goals for next year, continuing the UDO revisions, trying to update the language, not for just what we need, but also for some of the issues that developers are finding. The conservation subdivision is a key one of those, and hopefully you'll see that in the next 3 to 4 months. We have conflicting language in different parts of the UDO, which is causing some confusion and concern. And just continue to try to improve process. Engineering, again,
Jonathan, one question.
yes, sir.
On the promoted the planning technician to planner one, were they hired in as a planning technician and then went to a planning one?
Sir.
Quick?
Yes, sir. They probably already had the experience and the education to be a planner one, but at the time, the only thing that we had open was the planning tech.
So are we opening back up the planning tech?
We filled that position 2 weeks ago. Right, engineering, added the connectivity project manager and working on creating a public art map, basically a map of where public art could go and where it currently exists. Phase one website updates are completed, and we selected our architect for town hall, and interviews for CMAR for the contractor are Wednesday. And then continuing to update the website, get our CMAR selected, get the town hall designed and permitted, and hopefully one day we'd like to hire an assistant project manager to help Ben with all the projects that we have coming down the road. All right, for downtown.
I'm sorry, what is CMAR?
Construction manager at risk.
That's right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Downtown, purchased or installed 3 public art sculptures. Happiness just went up in downtown a couple weeks ago. Working on an agreement with Greg Stafford for where the robots are going to go, which is kind of right at the entranceway of the parking lot across from Havoc. And then the taxi cab, I'm not sure if that's a location for that has been selected yet. Looking at downtown boundaries, how downtown might expand, cultural asset mapping. And then they've done some small business support. And of course, the continuation of supporting downtown events, and the pop-up park was given an award for design from Main Street. I think the main focus for next year, they want to look at marketing and more of a digital presence with downtown. I think 40% of folks that come to downtown to shop are from outside of Pittsboro. So we kind of want to grow that number and then focus some marketing efforts towards recruiting more people to come downtown to shop and spend their hard-earned money. Trying to do some advanced designs for alleyways, Salisbury Street, and wayfinding signage. And hopefully wayfinding signage will be done before the end of this fiscal year. And then continue to support small businesses, expand events, build upon some tourism data that we received at the Main Street Conference, visit NC, is such a great resource for data. So trying to tap into that. And I think downtown's really looking for another position for marketing operations, similar to how downtown's Sanford has handled their growth over the last couple of years. And then just continue working on volunteerism. Questions there?
This is maybe a little bit bug dust and not appropriate for a budget session, but every time wayfinding signage is brought up, I just want to raise the hope that we do something very different from what other towns do. There are some kind of vernacular signage languages that are visible through town if you're observant. And I think it'd be great if we could hire a metal worker to do something original.
You and I are on the same page.
Cool.
100%.
Thank you.
Parks and Rec. Okay. Expanded frequency of maintenance routines. Now that we have a full-size maintenance crew to take care of all that stuff, I think the parks are looking great. Robeson Creek Master Plan, y'all should see the final piece of that here soon. Partner with Chatham Arts Council on an art project for Robeson Creek Greenway. I think that's coming in May or June. Got some landscaping done in downtown, and Night Farm updates are coming. Shade structure for around the splash pad and some concrete, along with this shade structure at the dog park. The Town Lake Master Plan options, that you should see that in May. They've kind of put together two approaches for Town Lake, and so we'll be looking to you all for advice on which direction to go. Raffy Building acquired and is being upfitted. Our goal is to have the citizen engagement wing of that building ready for the next round of PBO 101. South Village Small Area Plan, I think, with the concerns about the small area plan, the Parks and Rec section of that was really great for the town. And now how we're walking through the selection of those parks, where they go, what they look like. And you all will actually have, if you've seen your agenda, a couple of park selections. So the process for this round is much smoother and I think a lot better. And you'll see, and Katie will explain all that to you next week. Kiwanis Park fence finally got replaced. Mary Hayes updates. I think the mister finally is working and was replaced. And the water fountain, I think that happened last week.
Fountain is working now?
The mister,
The mister,
yes.
what about the water fountains?
Water fountain's working. I'm not sure about the mister. I know the water fountain.
Water fountains.
Okay.
Great.
I thought they were like one unit.
No.
No, there is a cutoff, so
East.
one can be operational without the other.
Okay.
Okay, good.
That's a shelter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Progress is being made.
That's great.
McClenahan Street, added some pickleball lines. That seems to be our favorite sport at McClenahan at the moment. And Rock Ridge Park bathrooms, still in progress on working out a design for that.
Quick question on Town Lake Park. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that master planning process? So
when the footbridge came down, I think our thoughts was like, yeah, let's get the bridge fixed. Let's do this. I think because of the age of the bridge and that a delineation had not been done in so long, the consultant was concerned about the change in state law and, stormwater and how we were even able to approach that project with putting something back. So before we went and did like a full-fledged design, they wanted to check on where things could actually go. Because I think the major goal of that park is to get that walking trail all the way around Town Lake.
Mhm.
And so we need to see what that looks like.
Mhm.
And so there's one option is a more, let's say, environmentally focused, like more conservative park approach where it's more natural, more passive. And then the other one has footbridges and lots of activities and more things to do. So I think and y'all will see that presentation in May. It was slated for April, but your April agenda was quite full. So we pushed it to May.
it is.
May I ask a question about the maintenance of the parks? So I was out, it was last weekend, no, the weekend before, walking the parks, and the trail and Commissioner Bonnets came with me. And we noticed there's like an old walking, I don't know what it is, like a piece of a bridge. It's like a wood structure and there are boards missing, there are nails exposed. We picked up a lot of trash while we were out. Will there be, I don't know, will there be, I see maintenance routines. I mean, how will that work so that we can make sure that the parks are clean and safe?
Which park was that?
Town Lake.
Town Lake.
The boardwalk, not the bridge.
The boardwalk to, I guess that's to the south. Yeah.
No. It's on the north side of the lake. As you're walking towards the bridge.
Oh, I don't think I've walked up there. Okay, I'll have to do that. Yeah, I think with us losing the footbridge, honestly, I don't know if Town Lake has been at the top of our repair list just because of the shape that the park as a whole is currently in. That's another reason why we wanted to jump on this planning process because we've got, I think you all allocated $350 to Town Lake. So we've got money to go in there and make some improvements. It's just figuring out what the overall park should look like. So then we know how to make those improvements. Last thing we want to do is go spend 300 grand to fix what's there and then change it a few years later.
What you've shared with us about the bridge is I think of great interest to a lot of people. I hear lots of people complaining about it and wondering what's happening with it. Why is it down? Why is there a barricade up and things like that? So if we could communicate what you've said or if this is appropriate, I think what you've said is that that bridge is so old that it was built perhaps at a time when stream delineation, that was not viewed as a green line stream, or excuse me, blue line stream.
That might have been built before stream delineation was a thing.
And so
Yeah.
that kind of encroachment next to a stream is greatly frowned upon with new advanced science about encroaching upon blue line streams. Am I hearing that right? And so that's why the whole project is cast into question whether or not we should replace it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's an important story to tell.
Yeah, it's kind of on hold just because of that. And I think even the consultant was like, don't go out there and completely demo the existing bridge. Because if there is a way where we can use the existing footings
Yeah.
and we're kind of grandfathered, then you don't want to damage those.
Right.
And we also didn't want to go out there and spend whatever that would cost to remove that and then get ourselves in trouble. But I think the first step is kind of figuring out the direction that the town board wants to go with the park. And then the consulting can start turning up some solutions.
What's that process look like? Us deciding, are you going to offer up options for us or for Katie, or how would that happen?
Yeah, Katie or the consultant will present to you in May, and it's option one, option two. Again, one is kind of more passive, the other one is more active. And then y'all can decide like how you want that route to go. And then once we know kind of which bucket to move into, then that's where we do kind of decide what the bucket looks like.
Thanks.
That'd be good. And there were some other simple things, like there's a couple of signs that were down, educational signage, and that seems like a pretty quick fix. And the barricades that are at the end of Cotton Street, it's been some time that we've had it like that, and it's forbidding, but people are wondering, can they go in anyway? And if we're not allowing people in, I think we definitely need to articulate a very clear story as to why it is that an entire park is closed because of a dangerous bridge and boardwalk.
Yep. Yeah, we can get something out. Yeah. Because the front part of the park is open, right? It's the Diane Street side that we've kind of kept closed.
But there's barricades at Cotton Street on the north.
Yeah, those have been there
East.
since I've been here. I know that. I'm not sure
Yeah.
if people were driving down and trying to get on. I don't know what, I mean, typically things
Let's get
happen
some
for a
bollards.
reason, but
Yeah, that should be something we could do in-house.
probably, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else on Town Lake?
eager to see the master plan options.
Yeah. I know some of the signage, because Commissioner Farrell had pointed out some signs, and it's not even on town property. I think it was on either private property or the school property. But we'll look on it.
There used to be some really cool tree identification
Yeah.
signs off of the school property. I'd love to see that continue as an educational piece of what we're talking about.
Okay. So if you could, for the next month, really think about what your vision for Town Lake is. And then please bring and share that with us in May. And because that will help kind of steer where this is going to go, which I think is really important.
And I think that with these smaller projects that we're mentioning, like you said, we do have money set aside for that park, but we want to make sure that like what the Cotton Street entrance will look like in the future before we block it off or improve it, things like that. So I think that some of the stuff like, you know, educational signage repair is probably good. We can maximize our opportunity to do some quick projects with the master plan once we get approved.
Yeah. And the other, being that there was damage during Chantal and we have the match money, once we have a plan in place, it would behoove us to apply for a part of grant next May. So then we could take that 350 and turn it into 700 or maybe 800. And then now we're making a much larger impact. I mean, that will delay us a year because of the application process, but I think that's where Katie is headed.
Good. Good.
All right, UDO update for parks. We're going to try to make a few changes. Y'all will see those coming to try to make it easier and cheaper for parks built, mainly around parking lots, but I'll let the planning folks tell you about all that here in a couple months. Night Farm Natural Play Area revamp, Raffy upfit, continuing to work on that, park cameras, and looking at a maintenance capital inventory replacement plan. And we want to Katie wants to do a curated art piece where I would guess Parab or some group of folks come up with kind of a vision for a piece, and then they put it out and have people bid on it. All right, implemented Wellness Wednesday emails, re-up the safety committee, some OSHA certification, got the GoCo Gather system going, and using NeoGov to provide some in-house training for next year, looking to continue to maximize the GoCo system, quarterly trainings for department heads.
What is GoCo?
It's our HR system that we are using for onboarding new employees and also to do like our annual reviews for staff.
Software.
Yep.
Yeah. Quarterly reviews, 6-month reviews, yearly reviews. Continue to highlight volunteer opportunities, and then we'll be doing some department head training on how to use the personnel policy in certain circumstances. Finance, while we're all here. Finance has improved their internal customer service, and we want to keep improving that with a couple of different things. Had a clean audit in 25. That's always the goal. And certainly we want a clean audit in 26. We hired our first assistant finance director, who's doing a great job. She knows how to tell people no. Secured financing and LGC approval for the Raffy building. Continue to research digital time cards. That's an interesting one. And keep me from spending money, apparently. And then securing financing and LGC approval for the new town hall. And then we want to move towards digital PO system. So that way department heads can put in their own information. It can be processed and probably half the time.
Yeah, and we have several departments already doing that.
Yes.
So the purpose of that is for interdepartmental billing?
So purchase orders we have to do for anything over $500. And yeah, and it's finance. So either myself or Edna have to approve those purchases or those purchase orders. And then the department heads can go and do those purchases.
Got it. So it's pushing out the writing of the PO to the individual responsible.
Yeah, so they are doing the initial request in the system, which is called a requisition. So they're doing that initial requisition, attaching their supporting documentation, their quote. And then Edna's doing most of them. She's reviewing them and she is then approving them or going back with more questions and, yeah. Yep.
It's our slow climb up the procurement hill, trying to make our procurement more efficient. So we can move things along a little faster. Is that about right?
Mhm.
Police added 2 additional patrol positions in the final stages of hiring, should be done by May. This will allow us to have 3 officers on duty at all times, which had been Shorty's goal. So we are almost there. New hybrids to the fleet, continued efforts in remodeling the police department, low cost, and working on the additional phase of giving more space to PD. Goals: we want to implement additional de-escalation and less lethal training with the new tasers that we got, implement a drone program, continue the small remodeling projects, and then continue design process for additional wing to be added to the existing police department. One goal that I have for next year is if we can try to get a schematic design done for the police department. I think we can probably get that done for $70,000 or $80,000. If so, that may position us for a budget request from the feds because then it's a shovel-ready project. So in talking with Congresswoman Fashy about some of our projects we put in this year, they had kind of asked, well, if the PD was your biggest need for police, like the expansion, why didn't you ask for money for that? And it's because we didn't have any plans. And certainly without plans, it isn't shovel ready. So I think with at least a schematic design, I think that gets us to the level of saying that we're shovel ready.
Does that slow us down
Is what?
schedule wise?
Not really.
Okay.
The kind of goal with our limited debt capacity, it was to get through town hall design. And with the CMAR, we'll have an updated price from subs before we start construction. So at that point, I'll know, or Heather and I will know what town hall is roughly going to cost. Then we'll know what our delta is on our debt capacity, and that lets us know how we move forward with the police department.
Okay.
And so if that gap is large enough, then I think we would come to you all and say, let's pull the trigger on design. And that way we're designing the PD while we're building the town hall. So when town hall construction is probably near the end, we potentially could start construction on the PD. That's broad vision at the moment.
So can we get back, questions? Look, can you go back to flock? You said you installed 5 flock cameras. So
Yes. I think the initial tranche was 4 and then 5 more the following.
okay, so we have 9 total now. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I had one other question. That'll probably come to me at lunchtime, so I'll ask it.
And one that's not on here for police that I think is an achievement is our community policing program. I think you all authorized a second community police officer. I think that has done a great deal to have 2 community police officers at all time in town. And you see them everywhere talking to people. They're always downtown walking around in other places. And in our survey, I think the police were brought up several times at how friendly and approachable our police department is, which is a heck of an achievement.
Right.
He smiled. I just want to make sure he was smiling.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, any other questions, thoughts about achievements, goals? With the budget that we're about to show you, some of these goals may have to wait another year. But I think as long as they're in the back of our minds and in our thoughts, we'll get there eventually.
Just big picture, what I'd love to see is no power lines on East and West Street. I think that should be a visual goal for either next year or the year after that. It's a must. It's the difference between a small town and a big town. So Just throwing that out there.
I love that idea. That's a big ask. And probably not something we would embark upon all at once. In my very limited experience with this, you've actually managed utilities, so please let us know. But I think that that's the kind of thing that undergrounding of power lines happens maybe a block at a time. When let's say hypothetically, the old school admin office block, if and when that is redeveloped,
We go to developers to pay for it and do it.
That's correct.
well, it gets worked into the project.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, put it as a condition. And the potential development in downtown coming east of Hardee's, that's an opportunity there where you say, put your power underground. And so there's ways to kind of piecemeal it together over time. But yeah, to do that in one foul swoop would be staggering from a cost perspective.
I think even a block at a time is for like what Duke would charge to do that, correct? Like,
I don't even want to think about it at the moment.
Well, hasn't Duke suggested that we do we dig and lay the conduit and then they run the lines?
That's their standard protocol these days, especially with subdivisions. While the trench is already open, you put your conduit in, they come back, they pull the line and hook up their lights.
Cost savings right there, which is why we would turn to developers to do it down.
Yes, sir. Yep. But it would cost you in your priority request, right? Because developers are only going to give but so much for each conditional approval. I think Reeves Farm is an example of one that we had in there, the condition to put the power underground. And then that was removed at the last minute because of their nervousness about cost. And so I don't believe that made it in the final condition list. I think the subdivision as a whole is underground, but the utilities along the street will stay above.
I think Reeves Farm actually said like telecommunication underground, but not power or something like that. But, because I mean, it's millions of dollars. It's not like tens or hundreds of thousands. It's extensive. And we actually looked at it for town hall site as well. And it's just prohibitive for cost. So,
Yeah, our new town hall site, we met with Duke and talked about it, and it was, yeah. He's like, this solution's like 10, that solution's
$1 million.
a lot, yeah.
All right, so we're in the right. We have a conscious direction to go to with that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
When I was managing power communities, I put everything underground that I could whenever we could. It's just like you're right. It's a difference in look, it's a difference in service.
Mhm.
You don't have to worry about storms as much, yeah. So. All right, I think that's it for me.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
up next is the budget overview.
So this is going to be brief because the detail will be under the departmental review. So this is sort of the overview that I do that gives you our budget calendar, our goals, the value of the penny.
You like for,
Uh,
just wanted to make sure the public can hear you.
yeah. Thank you. So, our budget calendar is very similar this year to prior years. So we're obviously having this meeting now, and then we'll have the public hearing for the budget at our May meeting, and then the adoption of the budget at the June meeting. Our goals are, obviously we want to continue our current service levels with aim towards efficiency and improvement. We want to keep our current staff, and if we have any openings, we want to obviously get high-performing staff, and we want to provide them with educational and training opportunities. We want to maintain a responsible fund balance. And we also want to use a disciplined approach to align our limited resources with our highest priorities. So just again, another overview on our revenue sources for general fund. Our largest revenue source is our property tax revenue. And this is the thing that we have control over. Our motor vehicle tax revenue, sales and use tax is also another larger source of funding. Obviously, sales and use tax, we do not have direct control over those revenue. Other taxes that we get are like various other telecommunications, utility, video tax. And then we have our fees for garbage, planning and engineering fees, and rentals at the parks. So for the upcoming fiscal year, we are estimating a 98.5% collection rate for our ad valorem tax. And it's estimated that 1 penny will equal $185,261. Just so you know that projects that are programmed in our current fiscal year and that are not completed, those will be carried over using a budget amendment in probably the July budget meeting. So those are not like in this proposed budget. Costs continue to go up. Our GFL contract is not increasing as much as it has in the past. However, you will see an increase in that line item that is greater than that 2.4%. That is due to growth in the population within town limits. It is also due to the fact that we included the hazardous waste service in there as well. And we also not under GFL contract, but under our sanitation department, we also put in there the costs associated with having the disposal of the bulk item pickups.
And if I could interrupt briefly, just to be clear again, because I know there's some members of the public listening in. So that addition to the sanitation line item, you mentioned hazardous waste, that allows individual homeowners, or excuse me, residents to take HHW materials, household hazardous waste materials, to the county during their once a month, I think it is, collection site.
Yeah, I can't remember what their schedule is, but
Yeah.
they do advertise that schedule, and we have been sharing that schedule.
Maybe it's quarterly, but
Yeah,
that's
Yes.
again allows the
Oh, right.
public to participate in disposing of their dead batteries and
Yes.
dead electronics and stuff like that. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I think it's 10 times a year.
Okay.
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine. Please ask any questions. So personnel trends, obviously we want to keep our high quality staff. Getting increasingly expensive as we're competing with other municipalities for quality employees. That just tends to drive up our personnel costs. So currently we have not received an official quote for our major medical, but we got a verbal estimate that if we stay with our existing provider, which is Blue Cross Blue Shield, and our existing plan, that it would be going up 49%. So that is not possible in our budget, but we are looking at other options. But we obviously want to maintain the level of benefit that we are providing to employees as much as possible. So we are researching that, and hopefully by the budget that I present to you in May, that we have a better idea of what that actual cost will be or what options we have available to us. We do have programmed into this budget a cost of living adjustment for board and staff of 3%, just based on the inflationary index that we were looking at. Retirement expense is not estimated. It will increase to 15.13% for general staff and 17.10% for police staff. This is dictated by the state. So this is not something that we can change. And this is how much the town is required to put into the retirement funds for staff. They, at our finance conference, the state auditor said that they were hoping that this would not be, that this year might be the last year of these set increases. But again, we won't know until we see how the fund is performing.
Good. Heather, could I ask you to pause for just a moment and elaborate a little bit on this bullet about recruiting and retaining high quality staff, and how maybe you could share some anecdotes about how it's increasing the more expensive?
Is there something specific? So we are competing against larger municipalities that have more revenue, are able to pay their staff more just because of where we are located. And so getting that staff and then retaining them is costing us. And specifically, typically the departments, that are key where we, planning, so ones that we've recently hired, planning, finance, IT. Those are all like those are ones that we need, and we're getting them from around here. Obviously, we don't want somebody, typically when we're not getting somebody that's moving here. Police is another area where we're competing against the local.
The entire triangle.
Yep.
Mhm. Thank you.
Yep.
I think a lot of that too is like the retaining part of it is the benefits and the work environment and culture that we're trying to.
Right.
Which we've made huge headway on.
Yeah, and
Great progress.
really expensive to replace people. So,
Right. And that's the other thing to think about. Yes, it is expensive to replace people. It is expensive to have a lack of an employee there, because other staff are making up that, picking up that slack, and then that puts pressure on the remaining staff.
Outsourcing.
Right, or outsourcing, which is expensive and is not always ideal, because they have a certain amount of ramp up to even understand our processes and procedures and rules. So, and the benefits, and that's why the medical benefit is a very key piece, especially because like we are paying for the employee, portion of that. We also need to keep in mind how much the child and spouse portion of that is and how much that increases. Because we do have staff that are paying for their children or their spouse or both to be on our policy. And right now, the children are pretty reasonable. The spouse is extremely expensive. And that is very hard for some of our employees. And that also hurts recruitment.
Do you have a feel on the same topic? Do you have a feel for how many employees are commuting into Pittsboro? Living outside of Pittsboro? Ballpark?
More than
Staff?
more than 50%.
More than 50?
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And I would say more live in Chatham County, right? I think if you just did that Chatham County look, you'd get a lot more. But I think it's the cost of housing. That's
part of this.
I think it's the Cooper parcel. I think it's the title of the behind Powell Place. That's why we were so keen on getting the local municipal workers included in the Hometown Heroes program.
Good job.
So then I just have two charts that are just showing our property tax rates over the last 10 years. And then the next chart is showing the value of the penny over the last 10 years.
yeah, I don't think we're always like very clear about this necessarily. Not that we're not clear, but like the reason the tax rate has been able to stay flat is because of this massive
Right.
increase in value over the last 10 years.
Yes.
That penny because of growth, I think.
Yeah.
So it's, we're getting significantly more revenue on that tax rate, which helps us keep up. So.
Yes. Yep.
So, yeah, I'm glad you mentioned this, Mayorship, because we just had that conversation yesterday with a constituent, a man who lives in town and has been here for 20 years. And he's seen his ad valorem property taxes increase. He's aware, very keenly aware, that we have not raised the rate, but that because of valuations, that is in everyone's bills, overall bills are increasing. And it is definitely forcing some folks out. It's in addition to increased costs of living in town. And these are folks who've lived in that, perhaps the same house for so long that they don't feel that there's a benefit to that growth. We pointed out there's improvements and increases in service. We also pointed out that there's all this inflationary pressure, and some of it that we're volunteering to bring upon ourselves in order to increase the quality of life for our employees and to make our workplace more attractive. So Heather Meacham, thank you so much for speaking about that and elaborating how hard it is for us to recruit and retain good folks. These are tough times for a lot of people. And yet our cost of just doing what we did last year are continuing to increase so dramatically. So thank you for speaking to that.
Yeah, and you will see when we get into each department, I mean, you will see like so the value tax revenue has only increased 7.5% to 8% for this year, but costs in some of our areas, obviously, if you take into account the major medical costs, are going up significantly more than that. So then we're having to cut in other areas where just to obviously not have a tax increase and not take any money from fund balance. So.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
No, I think you kind of summed up that meeting. It did kind of make me reflect while I'm talking to this person who's lived here, I think, what, close to 20 some odd years, if not more, who's works in town, works for the county, to say he's wondering if he can retire and stay here. And I hear that from people all the time, wondering if they're going to be able to stay here. So I'm just glad that we're really taking all that into consideration with how we're going forward. Like, you're looking at how do we stay within our budget so we don't have to raise taxes, and I appreciate that.
Yes.
And I know they do too, and he mentioned
Yes.
how much, he looked at our budget last year and said, well, they really don't have anywhere to cut. So people see that, but at the same time, you know, they're cutting at their own household level because they know we can't make cuts. So I'm glad we're very, very responsible with our townspeople's money.
Yeah, and the conversation started on the topic of revenue neutral and how and why we were unable to do that last year.
I think too, the reality of it is that our tax bill is a portion town taxes and a portion county taxes.
Yep.
So
Yep.
you can only
That too.
influence so much directly.
John, just what meeting were you with yesterday?
A constituent, his name is Peter Steffen.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd mind us letting you know, because he's written to.
Got his email.
Yep.
Yeah, I know Peter works at the tax office.
Yep.
It's very
He's in a
informative.
position to have keen insights.
Yeah.
Great.
Could you send me his address?
I think he's emailed too. Because
I'll shoot it to you right now.
Okay.
I think they
Thank
went to all of us, but yeah.
Maybe we get the case study to look at.
I'm done, yep.
And we are a little behind on our schedule, so we will, we'll work to, and we have more detail later on departments as well.
Yep, I'll be going over the departments, yep.
All right, so up next, we have a request from two nonprofits. Up first is the Welcome Center and Mr. Greg Lewis.
Good morning, good morning.
It's good timing.
Happy, what is today?
Yeah, happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday to you too, Greg.
Yes. I grew a beard just for this meeting because I knew you all are out there with beards now, so I wanted to stay current. Before I start though, I know I only have a minute. The power lines, you're talking about burying power lines in downtown. Love to see it, but it's happened in the past. And unless you create an ordinance to stop it from continuing, the easiest way to run a line going forward is just from building to building. They've all been buried in the past, but people come in and just run power lines over the top because it's fast. If you bury them, you need to find a way to stop it from happening in the future.
To pull them out of the ground.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you get a new business in, you get a new internet service or whatever, they're running it over the top. Because I've gone down that road to try and get them all buried. Anyway, so yes, Greg Lewis, 8 Lauren Rose Lane, Pittsboro. I am the treasurer for Welcome Chatham. And did you all receive our letter of request? Okay, great. So I'll leave that here. Maria created a new flyer for you all. Let me just pass that around just to give you some idea of where we are currently in since January, since we received our funding. And forgive me, I got new eyes this week, or last week. So my reading is a little off, trying to get used to glasses. Welcome Chatham could help you create some tax revenue. All right, we keep people in Pittsboro. All right, so if you look at this sheet we just gave out, or that's going around, community involvement, we're used as a meeting space for local organizations. Okay, I should say we are requesting $20,000 for fiscal year 26-27. So we're used as a meeting space for local organizations at no charge. We home base for Small Business Saturday. So on Small Business Saturday, everybody gathers there. They get their passport. They go to different businesses, get them stamped, come back, and we have prizes for those that fill out the card. We're open on first Sundays, finally Fridays, Summerfest, Street Fair, holidays events, tree lighting, Christmas tree, and this year we opened for the No Kings protest, the most recent No Kings protest. There was a line out the door as soon as we opened, just to use the restroom. So people are coming through. I mean, we're a public restroom if so be, if it's needed. We're also the location for Santa visits during the tree lighting, and we coordinate with local organizations for free gift wrapping Saturdays in the month of December. Those things happen in the Welcome Center, amongst other things. Visitors. Now, this is only January through the end of March. This is the slowest time of year, and snow days involved. And we actually had to close 2 days while the town was doing the beds. I think that was March. But anyway, first quarter, we had 573 visitors that actually signed in. That's not counting those that didn't want to sign in, didn't want to put their name. That's at least 30% more. All right. Of those 573 visitors, 212 were local. That would be within the county. 123 were from surrounding cities, and 88 were from outside of the state. All right. 176 used the restrooms. 172 were seeking a map or information on the area. And 49 want to know about local dining options. And again, these are just the folks that signed in. 72 were looking for places to shop. And 51 were inquiring about local events. So tax revenue, all of that. We help keep people in Pittsboro. We're there to be used for nonprofits. We're open for information, and we try and keep people in Pittsboro, whether it's dining or shopping, strolling around, going to the parks. I think it's a well worthwhile investment because it's only going to grow. Like I said, this first quarter is the slowest quarter of the year. We expect to have at least 4,000 people come through that we will know of. That won't count the ones that aren't signing in. So at least 5,000 people if you want to count those.
Thank you for sharing.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm curious, how do you retain, you said there you had a number of people sign in. Can you tell me, is there any follow-up with those folks or?
We're collecting the information now. We have not done anything with the information, but we have it. At some point when if funds are available, we'll start sending out emails.
Thanking them.
Need a database, send out emails. Tell them what's going on.
Can you tell us about the county, how they're helping?
So the county helped with the construction and the opening of the Welcome Center. I have a request in with the county, and I'm presenting to them later this month. So I'm requesting funds from the county as well.
Greg, what amount is that?
The county, 30,000. So 20 from the town, 30 from the county.
And what would you use the money for?
I mean, operations and to grow what we do, to be able to do more of what we do, to be able to create email database, be able to, like, we don't have a website currently. We use social media, but we don't currently have a website. Maybe at some point we create a website. Creating flyers that we can pass out. Flyers are like the number one requested thing. I want flyers, maps of the area, maps of what to do. The county, Neha has some, but we don't. And so we're not getting them from her at this point.
You're gonna have to,
We've asked, we've tried,
She won't give them to you, you're saying?
basically. Yes, am I right? Neha and the maps. Neha won't give us maps, right? Yes. Yes. I'm not any sure. At some point. Neha is not someone that believes in a physical welcome center. So she has her office on the second floor or third floor. I forget the name of the building down by the post office.
we're not here to target her or
No, not at all. Not at all. She does a great job with what she does.
maybe we can talk about if the Welcome Center was not there.
Well, if the Welcome Center wasn't there, you might have more offices there, another attorney there or something, because it'd be a great office space. But people wouldn't know where to go. I mean, they would just roam, but we can send them, what are you looking for? Here's where you can go. Whether it's in downtown, whether it's up at the mill, whether it's up at Mosaic, we know, we can send them to the plant. Then you don't know the plant's there unless somebody tells you if you're a tourist. Many people come into the Welcome Center that are on their way to Duke for some sort of medical treatment. They've been driving through Pittsboro once a month, once a week to go get chemo or to go get some kind of treatment. And one day they say, let's stop in Pittsboro and see what it's about. So they come into the Welcome Center and we tell them what it's about.
There's value there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm a firm believer in it. The Welcome Center's been open 6 years now. And I have sat in there and acted as concierge when we were in between concierge. And the people that come in there, the questions they ask, they don't know Pittsboro, they don't know Chatham County. And so just being able to answer basic questions for them, they've never been to Pittsboro. What is there to do? Where can I go eat? What kind of shops are there? Where can I go shop? I'm looking for a widget. Where can I go buy a widget? Just someone there to help guide them. It's just amazing. The number of people that have never been in downtown Pittsboro. And it's tax revenue.
Do you find that you're getting a lot of people who are looking to purchase a home in Pittsboro, coming to look at Chatham Park and then coming to find out, do you see a lot more traffic because of?
We do.
Okay.
We do. We didn't put that on here, and I don't know that we collect that data, but a lot of people come in there because they're considering moving to Pittsboro, Chatham County. They want information on what is there to do. They want information on the town, information on the county, not just where to go, what to do, but schools, the town, how does the town work? How does the town government work? How does the county government work? I wanted to buy and retire here. Where could I go? How are the parks? They ask lots of questions if they're considering moving.
And what about people considering coming into town to open a business? Do they come and talk to you and ask, like, how is it if I wanted to open a restaurant, Greg? Is this the right place? Do they come and ask you questions, use you as a source, or consider having the Welcome Center as an attractive reason to put their business downtown?
So I would love to help those people. And I'm on the EV committee for PDAB and I'm on the EDC board for Chatham County. And that's something that is near and dear to me, is helping people figure out how to open a business in Pittsboro or Chatham County, because there is nowhere to go to find basic information of, you want to open a restaurant? Okay, here you go, turn to page 30, and this will tell you who you need to talk to and what you need to do. But we just went through this trying to get a permit to open our restaurant. It took us 8.5 months just to get a permit. And going with engineer, general contractor, it's crazy. So how does somebody that doesn't live here know what they're doing. I'd love to help them. If we can get that brochure created, we're working with Teresa on that, that in the Welcome Center would be fabulous.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, you're going through it yourself.
Well, just
Hopefully you're done.
streamlining that process and making it very clear to newcomers would be great.
And while that may not be, the Welcome Center's focus to create that, but to have that information there would be great. Anybody considering doing anything in Pittsburgh, they come to the Welcome Center.
So do you have any plans to connect with the Siler City Welcome Center at some point? Maybe to have, where you guys are communicating and sharing and.
Well, yes, we would like to do that. We haven't done that yet. One of our board members, Sue Zari, is on the, what's the small business merchants?
Chamber?
The Merchants Association in Siler City. And she has spoken to them about it, but we haven't gotten that. That Welcome Center is fully funded by the town of Siler City, 100%. And it's staffed with town staff. I don't know if they're doing something else other than the Welcome Center, but it's fully funded by that. I'd love to connect to them, see what they're doing. There's been some larger conversation, but we haven't really dug down into it. Yeah, same thing. I'd love to also connect with Sanford Chamber.
I was curious as well, like how many people coming through are looking for info on other areas of Chatham, Siler, Golson, Bear Creek, as the broader kind of gateway to Chatham.
Yeah, I mean, we'll send them anywhere, what they're looking for. Most of them are in Pittsboro, want to know what to do in Pittsboro. But there's certainly a fair share, if they want to move to Chatham County or they want to know, about the Chicken Festival in Siler City. We'll tell them all of that. We'll help them with anything in the county. Absolutely. And I've been known to send people out of the county. They're looking for something in downtown Raleigh. Well, it is what it is.
Greg, thank you very much for this presentation and thanks also to you and other volunteers for all the efforts through the years, but especially in recent year. And I'm curious, is the organization receiving any, you mentioned support from the county. Does that come from the CVB?
We're not currently receiving it. We've applied.
Okay.
We've requested funds, much like we did here.
Okay.
And I'm going to present to the board later this month.
The county board.
The county board, yes.
Any board of commissioners?
Yes.
If the county were to fund them, it wouldn't come from the CBB. It would just come from their general fund.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know why, but
I think there's CBB funding, which is the funding from hotel stays. That is just for NAHA's division
tourism
for staff and the website, right?
currently, but I think the state allows it to be used for tourism. And now we have a hotel, so her department got a big raise. I mean, that's, so I would think some of that money could come here. I don't know the rules and what rules they have to follow by the state or the feds. You would know that better, but I would.
We're not here to talk about the county.
No, but it's about county funding, so I would think it could come there, but I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm curious, what does PDAP stand for and EDC? You're volunteering for both?
Yeah, Pittsboro Downtown Advisory Board.
You're-
I'm not on the advisory board. I'm on the Economic Vitality Committee of that board.
A volunteer.
A volunteer, yes.
And the EDC
Is Chatham County Economic Development Corporation.
is a volunteer.
I'm on a board. I'm a board member there.
Okay.
I'm also on the Chapel Hill Chamber Board. I sit on a bunch of boards. And this board consists of myself, my wife Maria, Sarah Cooney of the Root Cellar, Bill Hartley, formerly of Postal, now J-Dubs, Pam Folk, formerly Tiger Rescue, but now retired, Sue Zari, Siler City Merchants Association, Cheryl Littleton of the Chamber of Commerce. And so we have a pretty diverse group, wouldn't mind having a board member.
Pulling for Pittsboro.
Excuse me?
All of you are pulling for Pittsboro.
100%. I mean, because like Sue with the Cheryl with the chamber, this is where they operate out of. The Chamber of Commerce created a Western chamber because they felt like they were being, They were being slighted by the Chatham Chamber because they're focused here, or their office is here.
Like, let's stay on topic. I
that-
don't want to get into all these.
No.
We also have a lot more to get to today too.
Yeah. Any questions for me?
I have one, Greg. Do you guys receive rent or lease from any office space in there?
Yes, we receive $1,500 a month rent from Century 21. Century 21 rents out two of our three offices.
That's $3,000 or just 1,500?
1,500. Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you, sir. Maria, just come up if you're gonna.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
You were asking about information on people looking to relocate. We do collect that information. I only included the areas where people are asking about the most. So we do collect other information. Also, the bathroom numbers, like for instance, No Kings protest. There was no way we could collect the names and the numbers of everybody that was coming in. So when you see the first quarter, the numbers are actually bigger. At the end of the year, if you see year to date, the numbers are actually bigger because during protests and events, too many people come in. We just can't keep track of it all. Thank you.
So 200 people use the restroom on No King's Day. That's not on here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Greg.
And as a quick reminder, for providing money to organizations like this, you have to have a public purpose. And we went through this discussion with the first contract last year. The contract was basically for the Welcome Center to provide public bathrooms a certain number of hours per week, different days. So that was the public purpose that we identified that the town currently could not really provide on its own, simply the bathrooms. And I think the PDAB, the downtown committee, also saw the value, which is, I think, what their recommendation was, to support the Welcome Center for the purpose of those bathrooms being open and available to the public.
Just more generally, like Pittsboro does not have a nonprofit funding program like other places do, the county and some others. So we do work with nonprofits to provide town services.
Yes.
Up next is the Boys and Girls Club and Tori Gatewood. Just for all clarity, I am the chair of the board of Central Carolina. And I have a child that goes to the Pittsboro Club. So,
Hi, good morning. I'm Tori Gatewood, the Director of Resource Development and Marketing for the Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Carolina. First, I'd like to thank you all for your continued support of our mission and the youth of Pittsboro. We are here to request continual annual funding of $30,000 to support the Boys and Girls Club movement in Pittsboro, as outlined in the proposal that we've submitted. And I would like to highlight those key points. Our Pittsboro Club has become a staple in this community, a trusted, consistent resource to local families. Since opening, we've served more than 771 youth, providing structured after-school and summer programming for over 150 kids each year at the Pittsboro Club. And we're seeing results. So 92% of our youth are on track to graduate. 93% of our youth report that they believe they can succeed academically, and 100% of our teens report no substance abuse, and they do expect to graduate. So all of this work and the investment in our mission directly supports working families, public safety, education, and continued workforce development here in Pittsboro. We're providing a strong return on that investment by helping reduce long-term costs related to juvenile justice, academic remediation, and workforce gaps. And what we're seeing is that national data is showing that more than $9 is returned for every $1 and $1 invested in our mission. And again, we're proud to partner with the town in delivering these services and are happy to answer any questions.
thank you. Any questions for Tori?
So what's your age group? What's your age group?
School age, so it's K through seniors, so like through high school.
Okay.
Being that it is K through 12, right? Where do you see the concentration though? Are you seeing a lot of kids in the high school, or is it more younger kids?
Our teen audience, or our members that make up our teens programming is less than, and that's across the board for the Boys and Girls Club of America. Like it shows that, that's the area where kids tend to drop off. So we have less of our teens currently in our programming, which is why we currently are working on initiatives to have options for teens that they can get involved in outside of school, still like growing that we have a new workforce development center that we're going to be opening in Siler City. So yeah, that's the portion of teens in our programming is not as great as or not as many as the school age.
I'm guessing part of that is going to be part-time jobs and after-school sports and.
Yes, so extracurriculars, we also have, we offer like a work program for our teenage members. That is, and we do have a significant commitment to that program, but again, something that we're continuing to grow. And because so many of the, teenagers now have access to pre-college programming, and during their school day, they can, actually go and work a job, or they can seek training on a specific skill. That's where it's critical for us to offer that same access within our organization, within our clubs, because that makes us an option for them to actually be able to participate, as opposed to what, is already being offered in the community. So that's kind of how in order to grow our participation in the teen population, we're strategic and planning on how we're going to do that over the next year. We launched a Future Ready initiative about this time last year, and one of those commitments was specifically towards growing workforce development within our clubs.
Well, put on my other hat for a second here, but we are part of it too, that we're size limited at the club. So we have had members now being open 5 years that have gone kind of into high school and do return, but we just don't like physically have the space for a lot of that programming. But we do in Pittsboro, we do have the highest percentage of middle school students. That's traditionally a hard time to keep kids in an after school program from elementary into middle. But because of the fortune of the location there, or, they can walk to the club, we have the highest percent of middle school students in Pittsboro. So it's a really good benefit of that location.
And we're wrapping up our annual survey that we do for both club members and families. It's our NYOI survey. So we'll have even more stats on that in the relatively near future.
First of all, thank you for your service and mayorship as well. What takes my breath away is the 92% of youth are on track for high school graduation. 92. That's a great number. Of 150 plus you're engaging, it's like 145 are going to graduate. And that's much higher than the graduation level, which it's good props. Thank you.
Jonathan?
I was going to ask if you had any programs in place to get that 92 to 100.
So essentially, all of our programming is based around what's person-centered. We're serving the whole person. Every program has an element built into it to promote academic success. And we find that sometimes, a lot of it now maybe don't have a specific stat that would answer this question. We find that kids just simply need access to other essentially a community, mentors, someone that they can confide in, maybe even just an ear to listen, in addition to what they have, their teachers, their family, or lack thereof of either. So the way the model is set up, essentially, it's having those numbers will continue to grow so long as they have access to people that they have in their corner. And that, I think, is one of the core elements of the Boys and Girls Club model, and why it works so well, is because it's not just sending them to, somewhere where they can do activities after school. I mean, they're being welcomed daily by people who are, essentially the foundation of their community, the support that they have within themselves. So it's that idea that just empowering and encouraging and being available is showing that's the work that's happening, that's causing, that we're seeing these outcomes from. So it's really just being able to continue that. And that's the key is, that because it's a collective effort, it takes a village, it takes a community. And I think naturally those numbers are just going to continue to increase so long as we have the investment in our programs that we can provide those safe places, the safe people, and essentially, and just support.
Agreed. Yeah. Because y'all's numbers, it makes the Boys and Girls Club a really easy organization to support. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Torrin? Thank you. Right. Up next is departmental review. And it started 30 minutes ago, so we're good. We will have Chief Griffin come first.
Morning all.
Morning.
Jonathan, how far you want me to get into this part here on our budget? I know Heather, I talked a little bit yesterday. How much of that you want to go over today? Or I know we're going to meet again next week
Yes.
as far as the budget, so.
So all the departments had a lot of needs and requests. Most departments did not get anything. So the fire department, we are a little bit apart on their budget and what we have budgeted. But we are going to work that out next week. And I think we're already closer than we think we are.
Yeah.
So just know that going into this presentation. Yep. Is that good?
Yes, sir. You're happy, I'm happy.
Daryl took me outside and said, I need more money. And
That's easy.
And every department has.
yeah, that's right.
So, with that, I've got a few paperwork things I want to give y'all. Of some of the stuff that we're asking, the growth that we are seeing. Some good reading material. It will explain everything pretty much to the T on the growth that Chatham Park is putting on us. As Chatham Park continues to grow, they are spread out. And ISO, who gives us our ratings from the Fire Marshal's office out of Raleigh, everything is done by road miles. And as we make these roads, the Disney, Dale Webb, all these places, everything is done by mileage. It's not about a crow flies. It's like Station 1 out into Chatham Park's area, it's like 2.5 miles. And we're already exceeding the mileage. We do have concerns about our rating changing. To help that is, of course, it's going to take more money. It's going to take more stations. The station that we've been talking with Jonathan up north will be off of Russell's Chapel Road. And that's going to be a big station. We're looking at 24 more people that we have to hire for that station. And we're going to have to do that quicker than you think, or we will start losing ratings.
Chief, one quick, would you like to explain the rating to some of our new commissioners?
Sure.
How that ISO rating is?
Yeah. So we have 3 fire stations. We have one downtown, at 150 Sanford Road. We have one at 4170 Old Graham Road, And the other one is 8 miles on Walter Bright Road. We call that our Asbury Community Station. And about 85% of our district is hydrogen, and we're getting more. And mileage from Station 1, Station 2 to Station 3, it's all done by road miles. And how we get there, time frame, and all that is a difference. We're getting checked again. We get checked every 5 years. We're getting checked, I think, in October of this year, which will be a headache. Things have changed a little bit, distribution, and we sort of feel like that may hurt us a little bit. But the station locations, I know the study that we've had, we're looking at 4 more fire stations coming up. But I think the biggest priority for the town and us is the Station North. It's just something that's got to happen. Station 2 on Old Graham Road stays pretty much on the north side. And because of traffic, everybody knows what town traffic is like every day. So we're having to bring Station 2 closer to Pittsboro. We just cannot make no time going through town. It's ridiculous. So we picked up about 15% increase in calls on the Station 2 area, which is continuing to get more. When they start the road project, it's even going to be more. Our ladder that we have will help our ISO rating as we get it closer to Chatham Park area. Because it's so far out, we won't get full credit for the ladder in the Chatham Park right now at this renewal.
Please elaborate on that.
So that it's done by mileage. From Station 2 to the Russell Chapel to the end is almost 3 miles. So we'd already have a mile. And then as we go into Chatham Parks, as the road miles goes, it's longer. So it takes us out of that 2.5 mile time frame.
So the fact that we have to station our newest, tallest ladder truck out so far puts it beyond the mileage limit to achieve a good response rating.
To get the 100% rating for it.
Did I get that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's, and that's what we worry about, but we will get the truck there. There's no doubt. It's not the credit. Getting a good rating it's a great for us, but it depends on how much money you want to spend to get that point.
Of course. Yeah.
We have to be sensible about that. We know we need a fire station north. We've been needing one there a long time, and that will help us. We're working that way. I mean, I know Johnson's been working with us. We've met several times with a builder, location, money wise. That's all yet to be heard of for sure. But you go talking about, another station, you're looking at 24 people. So fire trucks, it takes 3 years to get a fire truck now. So it depends on us working together, making plans and doing this as ordered.
When you start designing your fire station, you almost have to go ahead and order your fire trucks.
Yes.
To get them in time.
Yeah. And the paperwork that Kerry give out, it talks about the 1710, the NFPA 1710. We're not there yet, but we are getting closer. Over the last 5 years, we've been adding people, and see like a residential structure fire, how many people it takes, how many firemen you need, how many firemen you need on a apartment complex. We are a long ways from having that, and it keeps changing. It used to be 12 people on a residential structure fire, and they consider that 2,000 square foot house. Apartments are huge, so it's something that we have to keep going. The money that y'all gonna have to provide for that, I mean, it's continues, but it pretty much, and then near the end, everything that I've highlighted, we don't want y'all to think this is something we're just pulling out of our hat. This is gonna make our community stronger. It's gonna make our firefighters safer.
And these ratings also impact people's
Insurance.
insurance.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
So if we allow the ratings to degrade, people's insurance costs will increase.
Right. And then they'll fuss at us big time.
To some extent.
Yeah.
The bigger impact is commercial.
That is correct.
If you're over a certain limit, your residential is not affected as much.
Yeah.
But the commercial folks, that's where you get into, the higher the rating, the better it is for commercial. I don't remember what the cutoff is for residential. Is it
It's 6.
6?
6, yeah.
For you right now?
We're a 3.
What do you think you'll go to on the next one?
We're thinking we'll stay at a 3. It just depends whenever they come in and do the maps. That's the reason we've asked Robbie for the South Village and the North, the road miles. So, ISO will look at that and we'll come up with that. And
Last time-
they'll look at our distribution, you know, how long it's gonna take us to get to Disney or that kind of.
Did you just shy of a 2 though last time?
It's 50-50. We're in.
2.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't like to show that because, you know, if you lose, it's like, man, you missed by a point. So,
Yeah.
So what else do does the rating, is it just for insurance purposes?
Yes.
Okay.
just insurance. Like Johnson said, I mean, it really helps the commercial. For instance, Lowe's, they're self-insured, so it make no difference. If we was a 10, they wouldn't care because they're self-insured. All this, you know, and I'm sure Hampton Inn's probably the same way. But as our commercial grows, hopefully, you know, it's could be a drawing card. So, hey, they got a good rating.
I think, I mean, it's used for insurance, but I think it's also a good measure of best practices and
Well, it's absolutely.
goal.
Yeah, and it's 1710 that you got. I mean, the road miles is a big thing. How long left for us to get there? You know, they even look at the miles per hour like Chatham Parkway, you know, it's like 35 miles an hour. All that's into a program where it's going to take you from here to there. It's going to take you 5 minutes, where a goal is 4 minutes. That's just nothing we can accomplish. Y'all cannot accomplish that right now until we get bigger and finances become much bigger.
So I'm intrigued that you're telling us that the traffic in downtown, I assume that that's right along the circle or east and west,
Yes, sir.
is causing delays that result in need for changes of operation,
We've had,
assignments and
right,
calls and who gets
Yeah.
where are potentially impacting our NIFPA ratings.
yeah.
And I am curious, I have seen in other small, very dense downtowns where there's signalization set up just for that purpose. Like when a call is out, then there's signals that notify vehicles along that street, you cannot proceed. You must stop or however it's managed.
Yeah.
Would it necessitate that we do that not just in front of the downtown firehouse, but also around the circle?
Yeah, I don't know how you would ever fix the circle because you got parking. You know, when we go through a call now, I mean, if we were lights and sirens, and we've got to the point where we don't want to do that no more because where are you going? You know, people start getting mad or, you know.
Yeah, well, that's maybe signals at each entrance to the circle could prevent cars from proceeding and allow you to.
I really don't think that would help during the day, lunchtime. On the weekends, you know, it's like, I don't know how many people come in from out of town, but everybody sees the traffic. It's not like that on Saturday and Sunday. It's just during the day, mornings, especially school traffic.
People on Sanford Road, if they see lights and sirens and they just panic,
Everybody panics.
they might end up blocking the road rather than getting into the circle and getting out of the way.
Yeah.
That's a scenario I had not thought of.
Yeah.
You're saying it's faster to get through the circle without lights and sirens
Yeah.
because people
And
keep
people
moving.
stop and they don't know what to do. They freeze. So, you know, sometimes you'll see the fire trucks going through town. We're going, trying to get there, but we can't.
You should have seen it on East Street a couple weeks ago at like 4:00.
Yeah.
I think an ambulance came through and it looked like the snowpocalypse on I-40.
Yeah.
Or not knowing what to do, just pulling whichever way, trying to get out of the way.
Well, I spoke with Shorty last week, you know, even that way they changed the signal up here by Owls. I mean, there's traffic backed up now. I don't know what in the world they did, but boy, they really messed that up.
I've heard there's 20-minute waits to
Yes, sir.
turn left to go west.
Yeah.
And we have DOT looking at that.
Yeah. So as far as other things, like Station 2, where our ladder is, we're trying to keep that staff of 6 to 8 people. We are getting ready to start a remodel. We're adding on for our kitchen. We're taking an office out, and making our kitchen bigger. We wanted 3 more people this year, but Jonathan said absolutely not. Well, actually, our plan was 6, and then it went to there, so, but, I mean, I know we're struggling also, just like y'all are. Chatham Park has put a damper on y'all, and it definitely has put one on us. But we're getting there.
You've got another remodel for the other station too, right?
No, just Station 2. Yeah, I'm out of room, downtown station. I mean, we got bunk beds. I mean, we can't put no more.
The one to the south.
That's Asbury. No, we keep 3 people down there. That's done.
That one's good.
Yeah, that's not our busiest station. So it's the middle.
Okay.
And one other thing, and I'll leave. I know y'all want to go to lunch in a little bit. Just so you know, as staff in Asbury, if we have a structure fire in Asbury, all my guys from downtown are going, all my guys from Station 2 are going, and Pittsboro is empty. And what we do, we contact North Chatham Fire Department to come stand by for us. We are having multiple calls at one time now, and we get spread out, and it's tough trying to answer all that. We've had a lot of, had some older folks coming into Chatham Parks, and medical has really picked up. MDAs, RX. One of the biggest pains in our butts right now is a cell phone crash, iPhone crash. People leaving their phones on the car and going off, and they hit the ground, and it lets, they pages out. But, yeah, that's what happens.
I don't understand.
Like iPhone. So if you drop your phone in here right now, then it's going to contact somebody. It's going to contact 911.
Handle 911 from an abandoned phone.
Yeah. They fall off on cars, often in the highways. Now, we have had iPhone crashes when we get there, and it's been pretty bad. But it's like a 2% of that. But it's just one of those that
a real crash.
it's just one of those we have to answer.
Of course.
We don't send as many on iPhone crash as we did.
Right.
But the guys are ready in case we do.
You taken an approach or looked at an approach just for medical response team?
Yeah. I wanted to ask.
You'll have that yet?
Different vehicle configurations.
We do.
Teams
So
to.
we have squads. We have a squad, 1, 2, and 3 at each station. For downtown, so I have 4 people there all the time. If we have a medical call, we're down to 2 as far as an engine or, a fire call, a brush fire, something like that.
Okay.
What percentage do you say are like medical versus accident versus fire?
50-50.
50-50 medical and other?
Yeah. And it's about that with the county, we have, about that many town in the counties, it works about the same. We actually had a few more fires in the county than we did last year, here in the city limits, what we call city limits.
Chief Griffin, can you describe the apparatus that you use in those medical calls?
So last year we bought 2 new Tahoes,
Okay.
got off the state contract, and the one at Station 3 is a pickup truck. And as we get bigger, when we have more people, there'll be a time where an engine will run medical calls, which, that's pretty normal. That's happening in the big cities. Cause of staffing. Hiring, we just had 5 last year, that we got out of the academy. Hiring is tough. And can I use you for an example? Say you want to be a fire lady, fireperson, firefighter. You could go to Cary with nothing, and they'll start you out at $60,000. And it's hard to compete. And my guys that we hire, they're level 1 and 2 EMTs, hazmat. They have it all. So I know y'all trying to keep up with big cities, and we are too.
What's your starting pay now?
58.5.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
And what are the revenue sources that we're looking at when we're talking about fire service?
They have all that.
Please remind us.
So it's town of Pittsboro, provides, we are providing 46% approximately
Straight from general fund.
straight from general fund, and the county is providing 56%.
Yeah.
Again, I'm assuming straight from general fund. So essentially you asked for 11 point,
Yeah, so last year we was at 11
yeah,
and this year we're at 11.25
cents. Cents.
cents.
So for the count.
There is a fire assessment at the county level.
Yes.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, and that you can't go no higher than 15 cents. I mean, I know there's been,
It's a state law.
yeah, but there's been people trying to up that, but had no success. Eventually they're gonna have to do that. And I really think the reevaluation has a lot to do with that. The reason they haven't done that, because, it changes so much when you reevaluate. Every time we've had to go to, neutral,
Y'all were at 14.25,
14.5
5, and then with the reval, they came down to 11.
to 11.
Oh, so you did adjust it to something resembling revenue neutral?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And thank you.
Yeah. I mean, my board, you can ask Jay, I mean, they're pretty conservative, especially Jay. Jay gives me a hard time, but, we've worked through it.
Believe it.
So Chief, I have a question for you. If, taking traffic out of the question, what can we do to help you become more efficient?
We are doing a pretty good job at that. Extra staffing, of course, will help us a bunch. As we get the station north of town, that'll cut a lot of moving around. And for instance, if we go north, us and Station 2, then Asbury Station has to move. I mean, we're moving all the time to keep the town covered all that we can. The multiple calls at one time, and just, we hope for the best that nothing else comes in.
Staffing is probably besides response time.
But with staffing, we're running out of room.
Hold up.
You get 24 people and you have 12 people on duty at the station, the new station. I mean, that changes operations. Better for us and better for the community.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Any last questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief.
For y'all.
Daryl,
Chief Griffin.
real quick, did you get a quote or a rough number on what you think the North Station is going to cost?
I talked to Tripp. I hadn't got that yet. He's been working on the addition, Station 2, on the kitchen area. All right.
Hey, give me that soon as you can.
Okay.
Is that going to work into the 26, 27 capital budget, or then going to program that into 27, 28?
So that conditional rezoning needs to go before the planning board and before you all for approval. Once it does, then at some point they will run their water and sewer, because we're requiring that the site be, pretty much not pad ready, but buildable. And then from there, we need to go into design. So my hope would be we cut a ribbon in 5 years, preferably sooner. But we are looking at you want to say sooner, Jay?
I'd love to see something, but,
4 years. But we're looking at more of a metal building construction because it's north of town. It's kind of to the left. It should be somewhat hidden. But we're looking at a decent sized station, 3-bay.
Yeah, it'd be 3 bays and bedrooms and bathrooms, is the big thing.
2 new apparatus or 2 new engines?
You'll definitely need another ladder. Well, y'all gonna have to have another ladder sooner or later. He don't want to hear that, but you are.
Any brand preference?
Sir?
Any brand preference on it?
I was having trouble with both of them. We were having trouble with Pierce and E1.
This may be out of left field, but have we looked at importing?
No, sir. It's not been proven.
I understand.
I've been proven.
They've been proven abroad.
Well, they haven't been proven here.
Yeah.
I look at it like, we got to have something we trust, because
Of course.
I'm pretty important to myself, and my guys are real important to me. Yeah. Anything about the merger, you want to talk about any of that? Nick?
So they have 20,000, we have 20,000 in the budget for a merger study to conduct that study next fiscal year. And
Merger with the county.
merging the fire department with the town of Pittsboro.
Oh, okay, okay.
So they'll look at that on how, what the property transactions will look like, what costs will look like.
Yeah.
All those different things that we'll need to know. And
So a
so
lot of good for us and a lot of bad for us. A lot of good for y'all, a lot of bad for y'all.
it will cost us
It's one of those things we're gonna have to do.
in terms of recruitment and continuity of service and all these different things. It's a positive move. But it will cost probably an additional 15 to 20%. Just based on retirement numbers.
Chief Griffin, I'd like to explain the reason behind my question. It's just that, through my day job, I hear from other municipalities and their struggles with ordering delays, delivery to manufacturing delays. And I understand that speaking of mergers, the mergers and consolidation in the fire apparatus manufacturing industry has just been really extreme. And if things are so bad in this country that we can't provide for our own needs, then maybe we should look at very carefully possible imports of equipment. I mean,
Well, I'll agree to disagree
sure.
because, somebody's got to work on it.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. We work with E1 mechanics, and we work with Supton mechanics, and we work with Pierce mechanics.
Okay.
All the fire trucks are having problems. The two problems that we're having right now is all about the Cummins motor. It has nothing to do with E1 or nothing to do with fire connections. It's the parts. We got
Okay.
two trucks with the same codes, the same problems right now.
That's good to know.
Yeah, but it's not the manufacturer.
Not the outfitters.
Right. Yep.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yeah. And the fire department budget is in your inbox.
All right. Thank you. Up next is
Okay, I'm gonna,
Heather. Yes.
and a change in the agenda, I'm gonna go through all of the departments. Jonathan and I are not gonna switch back. And I will try to do this as quickly as I can, but also please, if you have questions, please stop me and ask those questions. So I'm gonna be going through this packet of all the revenues and expenses for the departments. So just as a general, the first two pages are the estimated revenues for the town. And again, the larger numbers are our ad valorem taxes and the sales taxes, which are broken down in like 4 categories at the bottom of the first page and onto the second page. We do have some additional planning fees that we are going to be having in the upcoming, at your April meeting, where we are adding a section design fee to the fee schedule. And in the new fee schedule for 26-27, we are going to be proposing a technology fee be applied to all the planning engineering fees. So that'll be, there's 2 new line items on this revenue page. The biggest change you'll see at the bottom of the second page on the revenues is that we are not taking any money from fund balance, and there will be no funding from City of Sanford because they are not going to be utilizing our inspectors in the upcoming fiscal year. So without those revenues, it is looking like our revenues are, dropping from the current fiscal year. When in fact, if you took those out, our revenues are in fact increasing, but we are not using any fund balance to make it even, make us whole. And the reason that we are wanting to do that is because we need to leave our fund balance for our capital projects. We need to not be using it for our operating expenses, because if we keep doing that, we are going to run out of fund balance. And due to that, because our budget is sort of shrinking because of that, we had to cut some in a lot of departments. And I'm going to try to explain as much as possible, like where we cut out stuff. But I know I will not get all of it. I'm going to just go into the departments. So the page 3 and 4, or sorry, page 3, 4, and 5 is the summary of all the expenditures of every department. But I'm going to skip to page 6 and start going through the individual departments.
Questions on revenues?
We have more.
That would be up to you all.
Right. The only,
I
just,
have something about news. I'm sorry.
yep,
So the zoning permit fees
yep.
are going up. And is that because, is this a stress? Is it because, describe why they're bumping up?
The fees are,
Is this a number?
so it is just due to the number of
Increase.
applications we are getting.
Okay.
So you will see in the, what the fees that we are proposing for fiscal year 26, 27, there is going to be an increase in those fees, like an inflationary increase. It's not going to be a significant increase. So some of that increase is due to the fee just going up, but most of it is just due to
That's living.
the volume of
Yeah.
activity in
Okay.
planning and engineering departments. And so, yes, it's going up compared to what I budgeted in the current fiscal year. What we've already collected in the current fiscal year has exceeded some of those line items. So that number is not actually that much greater necessarily than what we are currently collecting.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is that, so the fees that we are projecting for planning and engineering, those are, like Jonathan said earlier, we are trying to get where that is covering 75% of the planning and engineering department budgets. Right now, actually, that is covering more than 75%. But we are also, it is hard to necessarily know how many applications we're going to get in the upcoming fiscal year. So that is also, we have actually been a little more conservative. It's gonna sort of depend just on how many applications we get, where the volume is going to be in the upcoming fiscal year. Okay, so just to highlight on the governing board budget, so across the board with all the departments, you're going to see obviously a large percentage increase in the group health insurance right now, because that is where I've stuck a lot of money. And then hopefully when we get an idea of what our actual increase is going to be, we can reallocate some of that money to some other funding options. So in the governing board budget, I just wanted to highlight, so contracted services, that's where you see we use our audit. That's where we pay for our audit from. We have the funding for Boys and Girls Club in there. We have funding to cover the rental of this space for your board meetings. Currently in the budget, we do not have I don't have the funding for Welcome Center included in this version of the budget. So if that is something that the board would like to see, we will just need to know that so that I can try to work that into the next version of the budget. Economic development line item, that is the amount that we pay to Chatham EDC. And it also includes the hotel incentive that we will be paying for the next several years. And then under dues and subscriptions, that includes dues that we pay to Central Pines. It includes the Zoom subscription for running these meetings, and dues that we pay to the League of Municipalities.
Their question on the economic development.
Yep.
That increase from like 8,500 to 37,900, that is the hotel incentive.
Yes. Yeah.
That delta.
Yes, the Chatham EDC is like $9,000, in the current budget. Yeah.
So where are we with, what page is this?
Sorry, page 6.
Six.
Where does our TJ Cog dues come from? Our Central Pines Regional Council?
What are our dues?
Where does that come out of?
Dues and subscriptions.
Under governing body?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. 6530.
Yep.
Thank you.
So then going to our administration department budget, starting on page 7. So our travel training increased due to additional positions and some required training for some of those positions. Under admin, the contracted services, it covers an annual fee that we pay for ChargePoint for the service there. Our finance software, Tyler, the website, there's additional fees that we pay to Central Pines for grant assistance in the contracted services here. We pay for our HR, the GoCo Gather software. We have money in here if we need to use our financial advisors, Davenport, and we have the 20,000 for the fire study merger in this contracted services. Dues and subscriptions on page 8, there are increases in there due to our some changes in Microsoft licensing that we will be seeing in the upcoming year. And then our IT services, that includes, we are continuing to use NetSmart for our data backup and security. And then we are wanting to extend some of our laptop warranties for staff, in addition to having some laptop replacements so that we can stagger the replacement of laptops for staff.
What does our spending trend look like for contracted IT services?
I mean, it is pretty, it's just them providing the data backup and them providing the security. And I think we'll see this upcoming fiscal year, how it works with NetSmart, and it's going to be something that at some point we are probably going to have to do an RFP for that service and see how that falls. But that's not been something that we want to rush into changing. So Robert has been here for 6 months. We're letting him get settled. He's done a lot in that 6 months, and that'll be something that we continue to look at. Yep.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I know.
And Robert did save us a bunch of money on our car insurance. It was on our telephone. He immediately came in, switched our telephone service, which I think cut that bill in half.
Work.
And it's a much nicer service. And we have apps that we can use and access it from home.
Yeah, I actually use the telephone now.
Yep.
It's that much better. Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
So page 9 is our legal.
One question.
Yes.
The line item, town manager project, 75,000. Can you explain that?
Right, that is a new line item this year. That is was requested by the town manager for one of the projects that is going to come out of that is his looking into economic development opportunities in the town. So having a study done, I think, right, for the town. And then if there are other additional, it was to help him accomplish goals that the board set out for the town manager.
Isn't there like a $5,000 max on something like that would have to come to the board?
No, I think it's much higher than that.
50.
50.
Spend up to 50 without board approval.
Is it 50?
I think
it's 300.
It's technically higher than that in our budget, if it's in the budget. So if something's not in the budget, obviously it has to come to the board regardless of the amount. But I'm pretty sure in our budget, it's maybe 250,000. As long as it's originally budgeted. If it's budgeted.
Yeah. I'm not going to go buy land for $1 million without telling you.
For example.
Just got that one, yeah.
All right.
Throwing zingers. But really, so throughout the year, we run into small little things where people are like, can't we just do this or can't we just do that? And it's 2,000 here, it's 5,000 there, and it's impactful small things. And I would like to just be able to do that stuff rather than trying to go through each person's budget and steal a couple $1,000.
And then I tell him no, so.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we run into, I run into those small little projects throughout the year. It can be frustrating.
I mean, we was assuming we'd still be informed in your update or whatever about what that was.
Well, and anything that he does over $500, he has to get a purchase order for, so.
Taking all the fun out of this.
It's not a brief.
490.
But 50,000 of that is going to be set aside for the economic development strategic look at Pittsboro long-term. I'm hoping to get that start. I actually already interviewed some folks and probably should have consultants selected before the end of this fiscal year.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thanks for asking, Jay. I appreciate that.
I have a question about group health. The overall, I think we talked about a 49.1% increase. That's an estimate, right? Now, looking at each department, you don't have a blanket 49.1% increase.
No, because
Can you explain that?
So some of that change is going to be due to the number of if any personnel changes within the department
Adding or subtracting?
prior fiscal year.
Okay.
So it's not just going to be, you're not going to just see a 49% because there were different changes to personnel. Some personnel, we have the option where if you have insurance coverage somewhere else, you can do the 50% option where we just give you the 50% of what we pay. So in some departments, there are employees that do that. So you won't see 14%. Yep.
Thanks.
Yep.
We don't have an object code assigned yet for town manager projects.
No, I have not created an account yet. Yep.
It's the same for all categories.
Yeah, with all new account, I don't put an account number
Understood.
here until it's approved.
Thank you.
Yep. So on page 9, the legal, so we just are growing the fee for Paul Messick at 3%, the same increase that we did for staff for our COLA. I do have additional funds in there under legal services. That's for any like contracted out legal services that we need for specific questions related to potentially planning item or an admin item that either Paul is not somebody, doesn't have time, or, we need somebody more specific. If there's a specific HR thing, it would be coming out of that line item. On page 10, the engineering department.
Good.
Okay. On page 10, the engineering department. So the change in salaries here is related to, we moved our inspectors from under engineering to under under public works, 5,400. So some of that change in salaries is due to that. And then that affects obviously all the other line items under personnel as well. Contracted services for engineering is pretty much like if we need to do a third-party review of something, we have money in there to do that. And then dues and subscriptions has increased because we are doing additional, we have additional software to assist the engineering department, specifically Civil 3D, which it helps them review plans, Bluebeam, and we've had ArcGIS, but that is also in that dues and subscription.
Yeah, and we do want to start taking a larger step towards more GIS work in the next fiscal year.
Under capital outlay for engineering department, you will see $75,000 there. This is one of the 2 capital outlay items that made it into the budget. This is for a stormwater program study, which is the first step that we would need to do if we want to implement a stormwater program where we are collecting fees from all residents and that those are getting allocated for stormwater program items and expenses. So we kept that in there because it is covered by the fees that they are collecting. And it is something that we want to, we need to do this step. If we don't do this step in the upcoming fiscal year, it would delay us by a year in terms of implementing any stormwater program.
It would be covered by fees.
Yes, it's covered. Yes. Well, no, that 75,000 is covered by the fees they are collecting for just in general for planning and engineering fees currently.
Okay.
Yep. And then when we implement a program, that is treated like an enterprise fund. So the revenues and expenses the revenues from that program have to cover all the expenses.
Like a study for SDF fees.
Yeah.
Do the study to figure out what your fee could be, and then you.
Yeah.
I was just clarifying, this study is not paid for by the study, like
No, yeah.
you're paying
Pay.
money for the study.
Yes, sir.
That's 55,740.
Yeah. Well, it's not equipment. I mean, it's,
Right, it just seems like this.
yes, I don't have, I'll have to actually create a separate capital outlay for that department.
That's one of about 6 studies that May wants to do around stormwater and wetlands and all that.
Mhm. So for planning, the change in salaries, so we currently are not budgeting for a planning director in the upcoming fiscal year. They will have their different planners, from senior planner down to planner 1, and then the intake person, the development services technician, I think is specialist, is also in the planning department. Contracted services, under planning, that covers OpenGov, which is the platform that we use to accept applications. It covers the fees that we pay to the Ag Center for the planning board meetings. And the decrease is related to the fact that we removed our contract with code enforcement. So that is now code enforcement is being done in-house.
Per complaint. It's complaint based.
Yeah.
One question. I understand that we're not using, our inspectors are not going to Sanford. So are they in that code enforcement?
No, our inspectors are under the Public Works Department.
We didn't lose any employees in there?
No.
Okay.
We just shifted the department that they report to.
Okay.
So Jeff promoted to Assistant Public Works Director.
Okay.
He's still also doing inspection work. And then Johnny is our other inspector. So we still have both of them, but they are just reporting to Daniel now instead of reporting under engineering.
Yeah, thank you. And they had requested an additional inspector to start in January of 27.
Yes, you'll see that under the position requests that we do not have included in the current budget.
But I think in 27-28 fiscal year, we will need to hire another inspector, especially once the force main is complete. And then these subdivisions really start cranking, Webb and Asteria. We're going to need more people on the ground, checking our roads, sidewalk, construction, all those different things.
That will go on the engineering,
That will go under Public Works.
but we're still stay under public works.
And then Jeff, it is my hope that Jeff will take some more of a supervisory role, but then we'll supervise those inspectors, those two, Johnny and the next person. And then we'll also assist in those inspections.
And that, like, $70,000 savings we're talking about in planning is, we've basically stopped active code enforcement and we're doing
Complaint-based.
complaint-based.
Yeah. Now, if we see things when we're driving around, we address it. But at the moment, due to funding levels, if people call in with a complaint, we take care of it.
Yep. So under police, this budget is not including any additional positions. This is keeping staffing where it currently is. The sort of biggest change, biggest percentage change that you see is under contracted services. So this is due to the new body cameras and dash mount cameras that we have for the vehicles through Axon. That is about 50% of, or like 50,000 was that increase for those body cams. And this is going to be something that we will have in every budget year, but this was a necessary move to have reliable, up-to-date cameras for our officers. And then there was an additional increase under the telephone line item for SIM cards for that service as well, so that they have dedicated SIM cards to access for those cameras.
Is the drone and the drone training program that was mentioned before in here?
No, that is, you'll see that on, so I gave you also this capital project list. These are all the capital project items that were requested by different departments, and it is not currently in the budget.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But we have included the phone in an application that we submitted.
Okay.
We should hear back from in October for the call.
So you will see obviously that police department's overall budget decreased, and that's because there are no capital items in their current budget that we included. So as Daryl said, I have put in here an amount that was only a 3% increase to the fire department. I'm looking at page 16. They requested a 10.3% increase, which is 11.25 cents at our penny rate. So they requested, I didn't write it in. 2,084,000. So we are working to get that number back up, but that means that it just is going to depend on the numbers that we get from health insurance and what else we can move around from other departments. So, because they do, and you'll see Jonathan did forward you their budget information that they had sent to us, which does break down, and you can see the capital items that they are requesting and their growth in salaries because of some additional positions. So Public Works. So the increase in salaries within Public Works is related to the fact that we moved the inspectors under Public Works, and we also moved our facilities maintenance worker from Parks under Public Works. So that is some of that increase there. And then there were also some additional changes to position titles and some increases due to additional supervisory duties. Buildings and grounds maintenance under Public Works includes the yearly request that we get from Chatham 911 Memorial. So they request $4,500 yearly. That is allocated under buildings and grounds maintenance within Public Works. Dues and subscriptions includes our iWork software, and we are using that for not only the work orders that people can submit on our website, but we are also utilizing that for our vehicle maintenance tracking, and it is working.
And for general internal customer service, if people need help
Yeah.
with hanging a whiteboard or fixing a chair or a light bulb went out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's working very well for that as well. And it's a good way for us to track, and it's a good way for Public Works to track their how they're spending their time and how much brush pickup, what are different types of calls, and we're trying to make sure that we have good categories in there so that we are tracking that data usefully. In Public Works, there are, several line items like uniforms, safety supplies, that increased just due to additional staff in that department. Powell bill, so we are restricted with, I can only budget, oh shoot,
90%.
9% of what we collected this current year. So that was an area that we had to cut because Daniel was asking for the full amount of what I got this year, but I had to cut it back. And that you'll see the same revenue amount on the revenue side, so it equals.
But you expect to receive more.
We expect to receive more, and when we do, we can do a budget amendment, but we can't budget for more. Yeah, it's a restriction within the Powell bill
Okay.
laws.
So in other words, that's presenting an unrealistic picture of what our next year.
Slightly, yeah, because we got 209,000 this year. And obviously we would hopefully that would increase in the next fiscal year, but yeah, we can't.
So is the just natural increase in Powell bill funding due to our population increase? Is that right?
Mhm. That's the majority of it,
Not our linear roads?
because our linear roads have not technically increased significantly yet.
Okay.
The population has increased more.
Is it
than-
formulaic though? Does it tie
It's a
to
formula.
both
It's 70
population and
Yeah.
length of road?
Yeah, 75% population, 25% road mileage.
Mhm.
Well, kudos to staff. How much paving has happened in the past year? It feels like a visible increase.
Daniel is doing great work.
Mhm.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank him.
I'll try to get the batch of roads that he's planning on for next year, and I'll let y'all know what those are.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And one goal we do have is the roads that are not Powell bill, I guess, certified. And as far as width, when we go into repave those, we do want to make sure we widen those, because there are a couple, one we were going to pave this year that we stopped because it's only 14 feet wide. And so we would then be using Powell bill money to pave a road that we're not getting credit for Powell bill. So we've got to,
Oh,
Mhm.
some of these little tight side roads, we got to widen a little bit.
interesting.
Mhm.
Here's our road diet.
Well, 16 feet is still a tight road.
Understood. Yeah, but still, we're increasing impervious surfaces because the funding requires that.
In a way.
Right.
Also, if you're looking at, let's say, public safety,
Sure, yeah.
someone parks on the street because they don't have the driveway size, and then you try to get a fire truck down that road, you're in trouble.
Mhm.
Good. Sorry to tangent.
Oh, you're
Hey,
fine.
right?
And just to let you know, so in Public Works Department, they originally asked for their operating budget, an operating budget of 736,500. So when you look at on page 18, their total operating at the top, we had to reduce it to 687,200. So just showing that we're not just cutting capital items from budgets, we are cutting operating items as well. I did not track this for every department because some departments came in already pretty tight. They did not ask for a lot of extra, and not that Public Works was asking for a lot of extra. The biggest items obviously are the capital.
You understand where I'm coming from with that.
Yeah.
Robert, your phone savings,
Right.
that's a win.
Yep. Yep. So those items, I mean, we have cut some of the items, you know, in personnel in terms of from what we currently have this year or that we have allocated for bonuses. We've cut that number back. We have cut just some.
Cut that more.
Right, and that may end up getting cut more, but we have cut, you know, we're not including some requests for additional software. And I can detail those items as well that would be in operating and not necessarily under capital. So. And I'll try to send that out. Well, it may get sent out with the version of the budget for the May meeting. Because then it'll be a little more finalized.
Just generally, you're gonna put this out.
This is a working document. We don't typically put this document out. We wait until the May version when we do the public hearing notice and we publish. That's our official first version of the budget. Yeah, this is just a working document version. Yeah.
Yeah, because this may have some things in it that you don't want to see, and then may have some things in it, or that may not have some things you want to see. So we want to make sure we have that put together before we send it out.
Yeah. Okay, so just quick, so public works, public buildings and grounds, page 19. Not very many changes to that. That is just essentially covering utilities, any maintenance, equipment maintenance for mostly the police department building. And then because we are allocating RAFI, I think, under parks. So. And then
just general, like, category question, I guess, like, why do we put the police on?
So I've left it there because that's how we treated it when the building was shared by admin and police. I just haven't moved it under police because it was a shared building. So we had a separate department for those, for all that upkeep of that building. And when we have new town hall will be under that budget. Like any of the maintenance for new town hall will be under 5,500 under, because again, it's shared by multiple departments.
And with our facilities maintenance division now created, we may want to.
Yeah, and there may be some reworking, in terms of departments. I didn't want to reorganize any departments in this upcoming fiscal year, but in the next fiscal year, we may be combining engineering and planning under development services department. There may be some changes that you would see, and we might do something different with the facilities maintenance.
Dollar savings that you might mention this report, because I think that I have heard a rumor that Daniel's team is finding, say, eager landowners to dump the leaves rather than taking it to the landfill. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be a reduction in yard waste tipping. That's what I'm getting at.
The town attorney is the number one. Taker leaves, yes.
Okay.
Pay him in leaves.
Yeah.
We kind of are a little bit.
You might take it up.
His request each year is more than we assign.
On page 20, sanitation. So I already mentioned this. So that increase, I'm showing an increase of 10.5 for contracted services. So that's just for the GFL contract and the hazardous waste that we would be paying to the county for that. And so that does include obviously the 2.4% increase in the GFL contract, but the additional amount is due to just growth in our number of residents that are getting trash service. And and there is a revenue that offsets, most of this amount. Some of it is just covered by regular taxes. And not the fee, but there will be, so in the budget proposal, there will be an increase in, the fee that we charge on taxes for, sanitation. But it'll be, approximately that 2.4%.
And you had mentioned bulk pickup before also. Is that tracked here or Public Works or not?
So Public Work, I mean, so we try to track our bulk pickups with the iWork software, that Public Works does, yes. So Public Works is doing all the bulk pickup. That's not
There's
GM.
not a line item in sanitation or in
No, so that yard waste tipping, so that is for items that they pick up and have to dispose of either at the county's landfill site or at the GFL landfill site in Sanford. So that second line item, the yard waste tipping, that's for that. I try to separate it out.
that'd be bulk pickup.
It is with the yard waste tipping. I mean,
'Cause I'm kind of curious generally, like if we're picking up stuff and driving into Sanford, like what percentage of that is?
yeah, but I don't track, I mean, I'm not tracking like the vehicle usage. I mean, it's just the fee that we're getting charged from the transfer station. And Daniel may be I'd have to ask Daniel how much he's tracking and if we could calculate something.
Maybe we can use iWorks or something.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a large amount overall. It's probably worth breaking down, but
Yeah.
You're saying separated between the yard waste and the bulk pickup?
I was curious. I'm not saying to separate it because it's $8,000.
Yeah.
But I think from a service provision standpoint, I think it is important to know where these services are being requested. If it's leaf pickup or if it's picking up, couches and mattresses. Where are those services being requested the most in town?
And at least the name of yard waste that encompasses bulk pickup as well.
Right. But again, this doesn't really reflect the amount of time that staff is spending on it. So that, I think that is a important factor too, is the amount of time that staff is spending on those items. But that is not reflected obviously in this line item.
Which is less because of the grapple.
Yeah.
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 Because I can do it with one man or two rather than 3 or 4. And Daniel's got some tricks up his sleeve to make this more efficient in future years, but we're going to need an equipment investment to make that happen. And that's just something we couldn't fit in this year. So
It's been more than a year, but when I last tried to find on our website how to request a bulky item pickup, it was buried very deeply. Do we have a way for the public to access iWorks?
Yes. Yep.
So the public can file work order requests?
Page and you click submit a service request.
Fantastic. Thank you. And so just bulky orders can go to that page?
Every
I'll direct folks.
pickup, leaf pickup, yeah.
Thank you.
And people can even say, and correct me if I'm wrong, but people can even say, there's a pothole in my street.
Yeah.
Or a street size.
Yeah.
Or
Fantastic.
my sidewalk is broken.
Yeah.
Watch them get a ton of requests tomorrow.
Okay, so page 21, recreation, personnel has decreased, partly due to a position moving to Public Works, under salaries.
So when we created the facilities maintenance division, the individual in parks that was named for cleaning the bathrooms and helping that, they moved under facility maintenance. So now that's a 2-person crew that's handling all that stuff for us.
So even though the person's supervisory position moved over, we're still accounting for that labor from building and grounds maintenance under recreation?
No, their position moved. Their position moved. So they're set. So the salary line item decreased because that position was removed from parks and it was added to Public Works. the increase in buildings and grounds maintenance. So that is related to athletic field equipment, gravel mulch, sand for parks, small playground replacements, repairs, benches, trash cans, so with additional sort of as our service levels increase, then we have additional items that we have to obviously keep our maintenance up there. Under contracted services for parks, that is like Night Farm Park, the splash pad maintenance, we have to contract that out. We currently contract out landscaping, the mulch and stuff at Night Farm Park. Some greenways maintenance is contracted out. We do have some mowing that's contracted out. For a lot of the parks, we rent porta johns, so those are a contracted out service. We also have some money in there for just continual downtown rain garden repairs, because that stuff gets broken easily. The paver, the ledge around the rain gardens, yeah.
And on the splash pad, I think this is important.
Yeah.
We're going with a different company. They are more expensive, but we think they're going to be better. And I think spending a little bit more money to keep that splash pad open more is worth the money.
Yeah.
I mean, that is our most visited park by far. And keeping that splash pad open and going, I think is far more important than an additional $5,000 or $10,000.
They do service work on it and, or they just, routine?
They do.
They do maintenance?
They open and close it. They do service work. I believe in the contract, they are going to be visiting it daily to check
Good.
check on, making sure that it's up and running and everything's working well.
Good.
So because it is also a company that is servicing in the YMCA or Paddles. I can't remember. So it's a company that's already in the area that is servicing that.
Can you talk a little bit about the general liability insurance? It bumped up.
Yeah, so that is
What is that?
the addition, no, it's not Arafi, that's the property, so that's the real and personal property is some of that. The general is additional parks are under there. And so that additional parks has with Night Farm Park. So some of that jump is also just because I did not budget correctly for this current year, so I am increasing to reflect the additional liability insurance that we have for some additional parks.
Is that percent increase correct then?
Yeah,
And if-
I mean, not when you're comparing, I'm trying to remember what this current year's charges were. So we went over budget in that line item this current year.
So it's okay. So you're looking for it to grow
Yes.
400%.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Grow by 300%.
300%
Well,
Over this year's budget, not over this year's.
over what I budgeted, but not what we actually got charged this current year. So I was looking, I'll get you the numbers. So, but that is, we are seeing increases in our insurance.
just because we're expanding our parks.
Yes.
I don't need those numbers.
And and the additional, because we're insuring additional equipment items. The splash pad is an extra ability. But the new equipment at Rock Ridge Park, that also, that increased our insurance. Our newer vehicles are increasing our auto insurance. The more vehicles, obviously, we get. And then the additional properties that we are purchasing are increasing our skate park as well. Yeah. Yeah, that was.
That's a biggie, I'm sure.
Does that include like future parks like Moncur?
So it includes, so the land is currently there, but as we add structures to it, our insurance will go up.
So just having the parkland.
That's minimal
Increase.
when you're adding. So like Moncur Pittsboro is not currently open, is not a functioning park. That is just being covered at a sort of base level. Once you're adding structures to it and you're adding facilities where people are using the parkland, yes, our liability insurance will go up.
How do we assess what our liability insurance should be for park hazards? Do you have a contractor that tells you how much it should be or?
Well, so we do all our insurance through the League of Municipalities.
Okay,
So they have adjusters that come out and do assessments.
okay.
Remember with the skate park, we had to add the fence,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
and that's why,
Yeah.
because they came out to assess, to figure out what they would have to charge.
Okay, thanks.
So I want to do a quick time check with lunch. We're past
We're way
lunch,
past.
12:30, but we've got downtown, I guess, in Capitol left
Mhm.
section. Lunch is here.
Yeah.
So how do we want to
I
get,
mean,
I think go through downtown and Capitol, get lunch and then present as soon as possible with Fulton and me.
that I can do whatever.
Capital's pretty easy. There was a
Yeah.
lot asked for and we only did one.
It's all out.
Yeah.
Next.
Oh, but
So-
recreation, just speaking of capital, recreation, 25,000, that's for the baseball lights, at McClennan Park.
So this was the second, the only other item that was included from our capital request, and that's because we made a commitment
Already approved.
with the baseball. Yep.
East Chatham.
So then just quickly, so downtown. So just to let you know, they originally requested approximately 491,000 in their operating budget. So that's just the operating section. We reduced that to 273,000 approximately. The biggest cuts in there were reducing the facade grant allocation from, they requested 100,000 with 50,000 for building grants and 50,000 for facade grants. And we cut that to 25,000 each, so a total of 50. We also cut 145,000 from contracted services, which was related to some of the amount allocated to wayfinding signage and different art projects. So we still left money in there for art projects, and the wayfinding, we just reduced the amount. The other thing in contracted services is some money for marketing. And then we have a contract with Placer Labs, and so that contract is in there. Under salaries, that is just one full-time employee, which is a current employee. Additionally, you will see on the capital project list that an additional position was requested that is not currently in the budget. And under event sponsorship, the increase in that is largely related to the farmer's market. But for that, there is an offset under revenue, so it really nets to zero.
What's the revenue from the farmer's market?
We pay ourselves. So we as a municipality cannot just waive a fee. So the way that we give people the option of not paying the fee for an event is we sponsor the event, and we then have to pay ourselves for that event. So essentially, we are expensing an item under downtown, and then we are paying ourselves that under revenue for rental, for a rec rental.
Okay.
So it offsets.
Like $25,000 event sponsorship increase is the farmer's
Yeah,
market.
because it's 52 weeks, and currently under our current fee structure, it's $500 per week.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's a really worthwhile.
No, I mean, we've gotten very
Administrative.
positive feedback from them that it has, that, I mean,
To have that.
yeah,
Sure, it's increasing foot traffic.
yeah. So, then just the last, department is our debt. So that increase is related to the loan for the Raffy building. Additionally, we have, a second equipment loan that we will have to pay in the upcoming fiscal year that we are not currently paying in this fiscal year, from the loan that we closed at the beginning in, September of this fiscal year. And then it's our rental space, for town hall as well. To the capital project list. I mean, again, let me know if you have any questions, but these are the items that were requested by the different departments. And the only two that made it in are the stormwater fund study and the McClanahan baseball lights.
So at what point do we start accounting on a capital planning? Maybe this is a different document that I'm thinking of. Maybe there is an actual capital.
We have
planning
our
or
CIP plan.
CIP.
And that will be at the May meeting. It'll be part of the budget presentation.
Right. And so, you know, we discussed the new fire station on the north side of town. We know that at some point we're going to have one on the east side of town out by Eubanks. At what point do we start putting those things on the radar in terms of trying to assess some kind of dollar figures to longer term capital needs?
So we have dollar figures in our capital improvement plan.
Those are in there?
Yeah, there are dollar figures in there. It's just that right now, I mean, so ideally, yes, we would be creating a capital project fund and we would be sticking some money in there ahead of time. We
Ideally.
just don't have that money
don't have.
to do that. So,
Again, this helps the public understand.
right. So, yeah, without doing a tax increase, we do not have the money to fund those capital projects. Because, I mean, we've cut a lot from our budget. There's not much else that we can cut without it impacting the services.
Right.
So,
Thank you.
Yep.
So that'll be in the CIP in May?
in May, it'll be included with the documents. Like, it's not part of the public hearing for the budget, but it is included with the budget documents. Yep.
Thank you.
All right. We'll do a recess until 1 o'clock. Get some lunch, get back in here.
Okay, 20-minute lunch?
Can eat while they present. What? Right, we'll be back in session. Up next, close to right on time, is a presentation on the downtown Pittsboro Properties Project.
We can dance at the back.
And check this mic. How's that sound? Good? All right. Well, hello, everybody. Thanks for having us today. Thanks for not letting us get in the way of lunch because this could have gone a different way. That was supposed to be funny. I'm sorry. Well, we're here again to present basically what is a midterm check-in or a midterm review of our work in progress for the downtown property study. Some of this information you will have seen before, but I'll try not to be too repetitive, but it's always good to do a little bit of level setting. We'll do a project overview today. We'll talk about our work to date, mainly the synthesis of the various inputs that we've received that's going to direct us as we move forward with the remainder of the project. And then we'll talk about some potential site uses, and then we'll just have a general discussion. The project overview, we all know why we're doing this project, but again, it's just a good reminder that we are looking at the publicly owned properties that are located in the heart of downtown, that are owned by Chatham County and the town of Pittsboro, along with a couple of private property owners and you might say the quasi-governmental agencies. We're going to position the site. We want to position the site for redevelopment in a manner that's consistent with the community vision, adopted plans, and the technical and market feasibility. We consider both public benefits of redevelopment and improvements, and also the private part of the redevelopment, and ideally begin to craft some public-private partnerships. We all know where these sites are located. As you may recall, last time I was in front of you, I went through each one and discussed how each of them are strategically positioned and how the geographic aspects of them, the size, location, shape, lend themselves to certain opportunities. I'm happy to do that again. And we've learned so much about these properties over the past few months that I can go into even greater detail about all of the opportunities involved with each of them. You saw this slide last time, but it's also, again, for level setting purposes, it's really important to go through these aspects of the project. The main thing here is this is obviously a once in a lifetime opportunities. It's very rare that a city or a town of this size has so much land available, so many ways to control its future in a very direct way. And we think that's an amazing opportunity collectively and both collectively and individually for the specific plots of land. We really see this as a phased strategy, but also a holistic strategy, in that if you redevelop all of these, you can also look at how you can make improvements between each of them and improve downtown as a whole. We, of course, as I said before, we want to leverage the public ownership. That's your primary bargaining chip, so to speak, in terms of charting the path forward for the future of these sites and for downtown. Really focusing on mixed use and infill development, just by nature of these sites being located in the heart of downtown, really lends itself to both of those attributes of development. Context-sensitive design is extremely important. We all know that downtown Pittsboro has a unique character and charm that we've gotten to know very well over the past couple of months that is very special. And it's not something, as I said last time, you can't really land a spaceship or something that doesn't belong in Pittsboro and expect it to fit and expect it to be successful. We want to explore opportunities for adaptive reuse. We've learned a lot more about this aspect of the project as well. There's a handful of existing buildings that are what I like to say slam dunks for adaptive reuse, have a lot of great inherent potential. And of course, with adaptive reuse, you have the ability to capture the embodied energy of the building. So there's a sustainability factor associated with adaptive reuse. And it also speaks to the potential to help to reinforce the character of the place when you can adaptively reuse a building. And then lastly, but certainly not least important, we want to prioritize walkability, affordability, economic development and placemaking as part of the project. So what have we done since we last spoke? We've engaged you, obviously, and we continue to engage the leadership of both the county and the town on a biweekly basis as part of the study. We've conducted our due diligence, that's technical feasibility, technical due diligence, investigated where all the utility lines are, what the grade is doing, the physical aspects of the site, all the things that you do when you look at a piece of property. We've done a market study, and we've come up with what is basically a technical highest and best use analysis. And we've done community engagement. Community engagement is probably the most important part of this work because we really want to hear what people have to say about what the future of these sites should be. You can do all the technical analysis that you want, but not really going to tell you very much unless you hear from the people who live in the place about what their ideas are and also some of the constraints. As part of our engagement, we kind of did two processes, if you will. An in-person process and a sort of an online process. The online process involved obviously having a website where folks can obtain all the information that they need to about the project, including ways to be involved, and also an online survey. We did two types of online surveys. One is a very general survey about the project, and we also did site-specific surveys. So if you were interested in a particular piece of property, you can go and provide us all the information that you wanted to about that. The in-person process involved us providing materials to town and county staff so that when they are set up at various events, trails and treats, was that right? Did I get that right? Things like that, you can hand out information and again, tell people where to go to provide their input. We also did an open house here in the Ag Center. That open house was one day, but there were two sessions. It involved a map exercise where we asked folks to put dots on maps. And those dots did mean something, and they gave us a lot of valuable information about the future or potential future of the sites and the individual structures on the sites. And also some people put dots on parts of the town that were not the sites that we were interested in, but that was always tell us a few things as well. I think that covers everything about the engagement and the technical feasibility or technical diligence that we've done. And I'll hand it to Jeff to talk about how we're going to bring it all together.
Pressure's on, Jeff.
So yeah, look at this slide. This mine's longer than his slides. So you have the full market analysis in your reports. So we're not going to walk through it in detail. What we try to do is extract sort of some major takeaways from the market analysis. And this slide is basically summarizing that. Generally there's a retail vacancy rate of about 2.5% within a 5-mile radius of downtown. Office vacancy of 0.3%. We've got a growing multifamily demand, and we've got 8,000 jobs within 10 minutes of the daytime population in this area. So generally, there's pretty strong demand for retail, office, and retail in this area. So I think that's all intuitive to everybody. The market analysis confirms that. So kind of how that market demand relates to the different uses. The highest and best use findings. So for each of the sites, the market analysis basically goes through, and you can see this in the report. It identifies the highest and best uses for each site. And generally for most of them, there's a retail component. For the larger sites, there's residential. And then, there's always a retail restaurant component kind of associated with your retail. There's some support for office in the downtown area, but it really is kind of focusing more on the residential and related sort of restaurant, retail, and residential, clearly play off each other. You need the residential to support the retail. We're all familiar with the housing gap. There's a 12,000 plus units, needed through 2029 in this area. There's a for sale gap. That's primarily workforce housing. And then, just kind of an important point to keep in mind. Even if we built all these sites out for residential at their maximum density, it wouldn't make a dent in your housing demand. So at the end of the day, it's, we're going to have to decide, the county and the town are going to have to decide, what kind of housing it wants to focus on in this area. But generally, the market analysis supports all types of housing. It's really what you want to focus on kind of going forward.
Quick question on that number. You said in this area, is that Pittsboro County? greater?
Pittsboro, what was the radius for the residential? Recall, I think it was, she actually has that in the report. I can't remember what.
Yeah, it's actually a kind of sort of a drive time just outside of the center point of the city. So it's both city and county.
Yeah, you'll notice like it's for the jobs, it's 10 minutes, for the retail, it's 5 mile. And the one thing we don't have on there is what the radius is for residential, but there's a residential sort of radius as well. One of the things that, we will note is sort of a tension between what's, between the demand and what's happening on the ground. The county is planning to move 500 plus employees out of downtown. So this market analysis is kind of a snapshot in time now where we have these employees downtown. Moving all those employees out will affect the demand, eventually. And so that is not that that invalidates the market analysis. It's just something to keep in mind as we're evaluating demand going forward and as these properties are developed.
For the market analysis with the office vacancy rate, that to me says that we have a demand for more office space. But did y'all include in those numbers the county offices themselves?
I don't think we did.
Okay.
I don't think that was included.
Because if so, then that number wouldn't be as strong. But if we did not look at government office, then that's a pretty strong indication that we need more offices.
Yes. I don't think we did because honestly, we weren't sure where the office was. We don't have that specific information, so that really couldn't have factored into the analysis.
Thank you.
And I'd say too, while they're leaving downtown, I think they're still within the 10-minute
Yes.
base because it's 3 miles outside of town.
It's just that walkable, ready, access. This is the lunch crowd, the coffee crowd in the morning, things like that. So it will have an impact. I mean, we're not saying it invalidates it, but you'll have other uses coming downtown. It is something to keep in mind, though.
And it's obviously a customer base that could be repopulated with additional uses on the subject sites.
I think the bottom line is to take away from market analysis. Like I said, it's a snapshot in time right now. We're talking about a phased approach with these properties. We've got several sites, several large sites, which will be developed over time, over many years. And so, any assumptions we're making today will change in the future. So we'll keep that in the back of our minds. Of course, we'll note that as we kind of wrap the report up. But again, not saying that you need to, redo a market analysis every 5 years, but if you're putting a property out, in 5 or 6 years, this conversation may be different depending on what's going on. Next slide, please.
Yeah, it's clicker right there.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah,
think
sorry.
There we go. So this again is summarizing sort of the the demand for the mixed uses downtown, which is restaurants, local businesses, residential food and beverages, as I said, kind of the strongest uses for these sites. They're downtown mixed use oriented. They're really, they thrive on street level activity and vibrancy. We talked about how high housing is widely needed. This is the workforce price range represents the majority of the unmet demand. I think we talked about that before. I'm trying not to repeat myself here. And again, we talked about sort of the value of existing character builds. We did get in sort of feedback from the community. There was interest in reusing some of the existing buildings and the redevelopment, not just tearing everything down. So we focused a lot on kind of evaluating what potential value is in reusing, adaptively reusing these buildings. That's a conversation that we'll kind of continue to initially we'll continue to explore as we come back with recommendations on individual sites. Historic character is viewed as an asset, but not an obstacle. And it was interesting kind of evaluating feedback we got from leadership, from elected officials, what we were hearing from the community, and then what our on-the-ground assessments of the properties are looking like. And of course, as you kind of dig into a building, you realize that, while it would be neat to reuse it, it might not be practical to reuse it. So that's a tension that we're going to have to kind of struggle. We're going to have to reconcile that as we move forward and kind of level set expectations with respect to adaptive reuse. But there are some opportunities there, and there might be some interim opportunities to reuse some of the existing buildings on the site in the interim. If it doesn't look like that a full redevelopment is sort of viable now, there might be an opportunity, even if it's vacated, to use that space for something in the interim and then turn it into something more later. So interim use is also on the sort of larger strategic list of strategic options for the sites. Is there anything else we wanted to say about this one, Ellen?
Yeah, just real quick, one thing that I would add is, that, usually when you do a project like this and you go ask the community what they want to see, almost everybody says that they want more parks and open space and green space. And so we heard that loud and clear, and there's a way to satisfy that and have mixed use development that finishes out the downtown as well. And that would be the second thing that we heard. People seem to have a really good understanding of the ability for these sites to continue building out the existing fabric of downtown.
So this is sort of the structural variables and areas of tension. When you'll note that the market analysis does contain the highest and best use analysis for each of the properties. And I think we talked to everybody, talked to you all the first time we presented, there's highest and best use from a market perspective, and then there's highest and best use from a community perspective. When we're talking about highest and best use from a market perspective, we're trying to maximize the financial viability of the site through current conditions. But again, as Alan just said, the public definition of highest and best use may be different. It may focus more on civic, cultural, and preservation goals. So just to be clear, when we say highest and best use, we are looking at the highest and best use from a market perspective. And then we have to reconcile that with what we're doing from a public perspective. And that's an important point to keep in mind. And we're actively, that's factoring into all of our conversations. Again, this is a tension. We've already mentioned it. There is a tension between what the market analysis is showing and the fact that we have employees leaving downtown for the new county offices. Again, we're pointing out that the 500 plus employees represents 12.6% of the local employment base downtown. So that's not a significant a number of folks that are moving, just to kind of give you some idea of the relative importance of that downtown base of county employees. Across all the sources of input that we received, the commissioners all ranked, elected officials ranked the central courthouse as the highest sort of priority site. And then again, community engagement generated the greatest input in that area as well. It's what you would expect. It's centrally located downtown. It's sort of the center of activity for the downtown. So everybody's very concerned about what's happening in that county office complex. Anything out there?
This is just a reminder of the map of the sites. And then now we're going to pull up a map that kind of, in a very, very simple way, kind of starts to point to the potential uses. And forgive the simplicity of this map, but really this is just a prompt discussion to just kind of indicate how we think some blocks are better for some uses than others, and begin to sort of paint the picture of what these individual sites can hold.
And so the best way to walk through this, Alan, you want to go?
We can go in order. And so you see the legend on the side. It's pretty straightforward: civic, community uses, green space, park or plaza, commercial. And then we lump that in with office and retail. So that your commercial uses, we separate out hotel because there's certain uses or certain sites that lend itself more to hotel than others. And then of course, residential. And going from, it's a little chaotic, so bear with us here, that if we go to A through F, we already kind of assume that everybody knows where all these sites are and we're familiar with the clustering. A is the county administrative complex. And we think that that might be a good use for a boutique hotel that is essentially located. It's easily accessible, it's visible, and it provides guests who may stay at that hotel with immediate access to the surrounding fabric, i.e. that's your customer base that can start to support the existing and future bars and restaurants that are right in downtown. We also think it's a great use for residential. So would you have both of those in the same site? Probably not. So that's kind of where you get into your choices. It's a great site for residential for the same reasons. Folks could live right in the heart of downtown. It's a big enough block to be able to accommodate a healthy amount of residential. So a development deal would make sense economically. And you can also achieve the right amount of density at that location. When we study height and density at that site, we start to think about how we might want to back some of the height off away from the historic courthouse, how we might want to segment that block in order to provide maybe a mid-block pedestrian connection between the two courthouses. Even after you do all of that, there's still enough room to have a hotel or residential complex with parking in the middle of the block. What's great about that, parking in the middle of the block, is that you don't see it from the surrounding streets. It's just a good, efficient way to lay out the block. So that's why I'm talking through all of that at that level of detail. And of course, it's a great place for green space, civic space. It's centrally located. It's the heart of downtown. It's where people naturally want to gather. And most people really want to see something happen like that. Does it need to be a 5-acre park with ball fields and things like that? It can't be, first of all, but it doesn't need to be too big is the point. It just needs to be a place that's more of a civic square. And then commercial, of course, anything you do there, especially if you do an open space, you're going to want to line that with, when I say line it, you mean basically having features along it that basically spill out onto it. So a bar or a cafe that has tables, ground level retail that has transparent windows that people can see in and out of, that essentially activates the space. So that's where that commercial component comes in. So I'm kind of verbally painting a picture of how that may unfold as we think about these simple squares and why we've made some of those decisions to locate those.
Kind of follow up on that. I mean, it's good that you kind of went into that detail. We're not going to do that for all of them because we don't have time, but just to give you an idea of sort of the complexity of considering options for these sites. We've been focusing, I've been focusing on the past few days just on the fire station site, which is Site C, down sort of further along Sanford Road, south along Sanford Road. And we've got a civic community facility or commercial identified for that site. It's 2 small pieces of property. It's on Sanford Road, but just considering everything going on with that site, there's an existing building there now. There are, and it has high ceilings and it has potential reuse. There's limited parking on site. There's kind of limited parking on street. There's conflicts with adjoining residences. There's sort of the frontage issues along Sanford Road. There's a number of things that are actually going into just the analysis of 2 small parcels on one site of the building. We're having to work through that. And there's several different development scenarios for that. Well, first of all, one major impediment is that the town doesn't control it. And the county doesn't control it. It's owned by the fire department. So there's an ownership issue that we'll have to work through at some point. And that'll have to be, again, we'll have to figure out what happens to the fire station. Does it need to be relocated? How is it paid for? That's all going into this consideration of one site here. Once we kind of get past all that, getting to the point of what do we do with the property? If the town does get control of the property, does it just sell the property and try to control the development of that property through an entitlements process? Does it ground lease or develop the property with a private developer? Does that private developer tear it down or does it reuse it? What's the preference of the town in that specific situation? So there's 3 or 4 options to do with just one small site with one building on it. And part of the challenge of this task is it's great to have all this property, but now we've got to multiply that by 22. And we've got to come back with an analysis that gives you some parameters to consider potential reuse and redevelopment of these sites going forward. And kind of taking that in context with what you're trying to accomplish on the site from a civic perspective and from a land use perspective, it's a pretty heavy lift. We're kind of working through these. This is kind of where we are right now. We've identified potential uses for the sites, targeting where we think the uses should lie among sites in relation to each other. But then as we move forward, we're going to dig into individual sites and assemblages and come back to you and say, look, so here's the impediments. Here's when we think this could happen. And then even when it can happen, you still have additional decisions to make in the future based on an updated market analysis, based on where you are from an occupancy perspective. You have to decide whether there are civic and community facilities that are going to be incorporated in the project. We have to decide whether green space is going to be incorporated as well. So there's a lot going into the sort of analysis for these sites. But
yeah, and that's a great point, Jeff. And so you can imagine, what Jeff has said, and I would kind of repeat it, is that each one of these clusters comes along with its own complex conversation. And we could go along, and I'd like to kind of continue going along and very maybe more high level than I did with Site A. Just kind of let you know why we put certain squares down and we didn't put others down. Jeff already touched on C. I mean, the reason why we don't have residential on C is because it's generally not a great place for residential in terms of the amount of units you're able to achieve to make a development deal work. And also it's, that fire station, especially since it could be adaptive reuse, really lends itself to other things. So could be a community center, could be some commercial. Initially we were thinking brewery, but that just, keep that in the back of your head as we're thinking about what things you might want to do with that building or even that site if it's redeveloped. B, just up the street, the ABC store, it's actually smaller and tighter and more challenging. If you want to redevelop that, you're probably going to have to solve a lot of complex parking issues. Because if you want to park that on the site, you're probably not going to have much room left over for a building. And so on a site that's that tight, but also centrally located, you're going to want that to kind of be more like the neighboring downtown buildings and figure out an alternative parking solution.
And again, the ABC controls that site.
Yep.
And they're operating a store there. So whatever happens on the site has to happen later. Now, just kind of applies, we're going to continue working around. The other thing that we're taking into consideration here too is, as Alan said, there's parking considerations, there's density considerations on individual sites. There may be opportunities in the future to expand the developability or enhance the developability of the sites by looking at adjoining properties. So the fire station, the ABC store are the obvious examples of like, well, what would happen if the public acquired maybe an adjoining site, and that changes the conversation a little bit? Or what if the town or the county decide to put these properties out and say to a developer, hey, if you acquire the adjoining property, then this could look different. So, we're focusing on, we have to focus somewhere. We have to kind of cut out some of the what ifs, or we'll never finish this process. But there is a contingency, or there is an eventuality where the developability of the sites could be enhanced by acquisition or, connecting these sites to adjoining properties.
And that's a good segue into site D, the pop-up park. When you think about the pop-up park, and I think I explained this last time, the pop-up park is a unique site in that if you think about the changing grade between Harris Street and Salisbury, that, you can do a lot with that in terms of tuck under parking, having a multi-level development complex, but also you really want to try to achieve some ground level activation or ground level commercial on towards the south, where there's already this sort of side street of businesses happening. Where the artistic crosswalk is, that leads to City Tap. There's a couple of businesses there. So you really have something of a small micro district that's starting to emerge there that site could complement. And again, with that changing grade, one of the things we're likely going to recommend is a high lot coverage redevelopment, and to see if we can explore structured parking options as our ability to take on that grade change. It's also not a bad location for a hotel. It's close enough to all of the downtown action, but it's just off the back. It's be a great place to accommodate visitors. And when we say hotel, we mean hotel that's calibrated to the market, right? Smaller in scale, more boutique, matching of Pittsboro's vibe, those kinds of things. On to Site E. Site E is a very special place as well. I can't say all these are special, right? But like they are in their own way. When you think about Site E, that's the current county IT building and the bill pay drive-through and the West End kitchen that's right there. We're not redeveloping West End kitchen, but it adds to the mix and the vibe. And of course, Freeman Park just being just to the north. That really lends itself to a smaller scale phased development. Certainly a civic use, but a great spot for commercial as well. And that site, the role that that plays in the overall scheme is to keep people walking from east to west, right? To be that bridge and that small, I said this micro district to kind of, again, fill that perceptual gap. Then we get to F. F is huge. F is obviously our bigger site in terms of geography, and it's got a ton of potential. And this is really where we see the most density happening in terms of mixed use development, opportunities for commercial to take advantage of that visibility that you have along West Street. There's some grade change there that lends itself well to multifamily development. And again, just like with Site A, parking in the middle of the block so that the buildings can conceal that parking. And so you put your activity out onto the street and the parking in the center. You can accommodate all of those things. And especially when I think about F, when I think about the need for and the calls for additional open space, there's already open space on those blocks that could be improved. There's surface parking as part of the school that could be improved and contribute to the site. The town just made an investment in the old Raffi building. That site could be improved and integrated into the overall development. So we're thinking about the collection of open spaces and civic uses that are already on the south side of the blocks, and then the potential for the north side of the blocks to transition over time. This is where we have two adaptive reuse candidates, the main one being the old school gym. We sent our architect in there. It's in great shape. It's got a lot of potential for adaptive reuse. It's a beautiful building. If you can get the other building out of the way, you could really see it. And it's situated on the site such that you could have parking or open space around it, and it could be beautifully celebrated. Again, I could
hear that.
detail on any of these for hours, and I'll try to stop there. Jeff's already tried to hold me back a little bit. But I just want to let you know that we're thinking about all these things. We're zeroing in on, primary program, and we're currently pursuing all the various development scenarios one might imagine.
We'll just mention, I am glad to hear that the old gym is very structural sound because it is a brick building. I actually played ball there in my younger days, and I think it would be an asset to the town and our Parks and Rec.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So we'll pause there. There was a question about financing options that you thought. Let me say one more thing. So as we're developing these scenarios, these conceptual planning and programming scenarios, the reason we are doing all this, we are leading this all to, if we were to put an RFQ out or procurement out tomorrow for a partner, what do we need in that document? What do we need to put in the document? What do we need to know before we put the document out? What questions do we need to answer before we begin that engagement process with the private sector? We're identifying all those issues, all those questions, and we want to make sure that we're putting out the highest quality procurement to attract the highest quality developers from around the country, quite honestly, not just North Carolina, but we really want to attract the highest quality developers and identify what we want them to do on the site, what we need them to do on the site, and we want to make sure we get the right developers to know how to do specifically what we're asking for on the site. So it's kind of like all a funnel. All this information is kind of getting funneled, and we're trying to make sure we ask all the right questions now, kind of get the right level of design and programming to populate that RFQ, so that when a prospective developer looks at this from anywhere in the country, they're like, you know what, they've really thought about this. Their expectations are realistic. They've got a pragmatic approach. They understand that there's going to be a public commitment to some of these sites. They're not going to just expect us to do everything. They've really programmed this out. That's how you attract the best developers. That's how you basically maximize your the potential for success when you're working with P3 people.
So the scope of your agreement with the town right now is that you would be looking for and recruiting, screening developers as well?
And right now, our scope takes us to kind of getting all of the sites ready to do that.
Okay.
And there's a potential second phase where we'll have a conversation, which is, okay, which one do we want to move forward with? And that would be a next phase of engagement where we would do that. But we're getting to the start line and trying to figure out right now, it's like, well, what would be the first one?
Yeah.
And then and what I would suggest, is particularly in this situation, is that we would just pick one. And quite honestly, it wouldn't be A or F. It'd probably be something simpler to kind of set up. Well, quite honestly, just because of the timing of these buildings are occupied already. We've got to get, there's a lot that has to happen to move some of these sites forward. So we're looking for sort of a simpler one to go through that process. The process itself informs and educates the staff. We provide, we'll kind of lead that process, but it leads everybody through sort of the way I like to think about the right way to go through a public-private procurement. And then once you do it once, then you just start replicating it over and over again. And again, you get more complex as you go. Everybody wants to start off with a big fancy one. It's like, well, let's kind of get
let's learn first. Yeah. Okay.
Obviously, the trick with these is, to attract the kind of developer that you'd want to partner with, who sees your town for what it is. Again, it's not going to want to come in and land the spaceship, right? And then the other is to find the balance of being overly prescriptive versus flexible to be able to allow the right developer to achieve the round of flexibility, but also deliver on some of your essentials.
The programming is key. Once you get the right developer, the bricks and mortar is just the tool. They're trying to deliver experience. So we have to define that experience. What does that experience mean to the town and the county? And so that's what's critical. The what and why is so important. And then how, and what gets built is just the vehicle for that.
Do you want to talk about the format of our report?
No, let's.
Yeah, actually, I would like to hear about the format of the report because I wanted to comment on.
Sure.
Stemming from your question, what do we feel has to be in that RFQ?
Got a question?
No, I'm just laying the table here. Go.
So typically when, it depends on the level of detail that we can get out of the process. What I like to put in the RFQ is a very clear, programming statement and kind of program at the beginning. If possible, just being as specific as possible about those potential uses. If there's a public component involved in those uses, very clearly defining what those public uses are and how they will be funded and who's expected to pay for what. So not just putting in there, yeah, we'd love to have a fancy park, and we expect you to pay for it. Realizing on the front end that there's a pro forma attached to this project, what is the public willing to commit to that program from a programming perspective? Then there's an infrastructure component where I really do like to kind of build into it, saying water's available to the site. That's great. When you go out there and try to connect to the water, we know that we don't have to tear up 2 miles of line to actually accommodate that water. So that's always an issue. Sewer is another one. Capacity, both of the line and of the treatment capacity. We nailed that down. Electricity, telecommunications, working through all the infrastructure components, laying out what we know, what we would expect. And again, if we can say, and the town or the county has made commitments to improve these things, we've got it in our CIP. So even though it's not there today, we expect these are going to happen in the future. From an infrastructure perspective, from an entitlements perspective, we kind of highlight, we say, what are the entitlements now? What we expect the entitlements to be. There's always a conversation about whether the land is rezoned before you put the RFQ out or not. I would always suggest, I think we would always suggest to kind of do it after you get the developer on board and start having conversations with them so you don't prematurely rezone it and then have to go back and rezone it again. So entitlements is always a major component. From a governance perspective, it's very important for the private sector when they see one of these projects to know that they are talking to an entity that has considered governance, control, and process. So who are we talking to in this process? Does the town manager speak for the Board of Commissioners? What is that process? When are we going to engage the Board of Commissioners? How is that process going to work? And are we going to design something, kind of in concert with staff and then be told 6 months later that they have to start all over? So understanding that governance process is very important. And that process can be whatever we want it to be, but we just need to define it as much as possible. I like to provide as much information as we can about the property ahead of time in an appendix so they can see everything we see. Environmental is a big one, obviously pointing out environmental and conditions. If we're talking about existing buildings, putting condition reports and everything in there and everything else. So, kind of providing as much information as possible, but, if we have existing plans, the Chatham County and Pittsboro have wonderful transportation plans and everything. Putting that in there is fine, but defining its relevance to the site is more important. So, it's critical for the site to, integrate with the fabric of downtown. What does that mean? We expect this to be a, high value site. It's going to connect to the street, and kind of putting some urban design parameters in there as well. We can put concept plans in there. As Alan said, we want to be careful about putting conceptual plans in there and suggesting that those are what it has to look like. What that's really doing is communicating when we put those plans in there, if we're putting any massing diagrams or anything else, it's communicating to the developer that we have considered high intensity use of this site, and we are comfortable with that. We are comfortable with buildings about this tall. We are comfortable with these types of uses, right? And we're comfortable with this type of density. Those concept plans and everything, again, you're not tied to those, but we've considered this. And that's where a lot of RFQs and RFPs really run afoul, is they put too much specificity in there and it scares a lot of developers away. Parking is a big one, when we'll have conversations about that. How much parking do we expect on site? What accommodations is the town willing to make on parking? How much is off-street parking available? Is there a shared parking conversation? So there's a lot that can go into these, and quite honestly, it's a loaded question because it's about 6 pages of questions. It depends on how much information we have available to put in there, but usually the more the better. We try to keep it not prescriptive, it's informative and it's guidance. But at the end of the day, if you do it right, anybody that picks that up and says, yep, they're ready to move on to the next step, and I'm not going to spend the next 3 years, the worst meeting is when the developer comes on their first day and the public turns to the developer and says, okay, what do we do? And they say, well, what do you want? It's like, we don't know. What do you want us to want? And that's the worst conversation. So we're trying to get to a starting place where we had that first conversation, everybody's sitting the ground. That's not to say it won't take a long time to negotiate with a developer, but you're starting at a much higher level of conversation than you would in most cases. So.
Yes, thank you. And I want to riff on your phrase, not prescriptive. So rather to be informative, one thing that leaps to my mind is on site D that we should make sure that whomever is reading this RFQ has access to the plans that the town paid for and considered and decided to table for a town hall there. Because my understanding is that our lesson learned from that was that the 2-layer parking idea was stymied because it would have to be custom poured on site, custom fabricated concrete on site, which drove up the cost. And so if it could be modular parking, then I think maybe there's greater feasibility there, but whatever. Point being that there's information there for people far more experienced at development than myself to consider. The other piece of information, not prescriptive, that I would like to be included in this RFQ is the existence of the North Carolina Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Policy, the CPACE policy. It is a way for commercial developments to pay for, I'll just say clean energy infrastructure, integrated with the building, off balance sheet.
I just closed the second space loan in the state.
I didn't hear you. What?
Thank you. I need to.
But no, it's a unique program.
Didn't hear you. What'd you say?
So CPACE financing, it's financing available to private developers to create high efficiency or sustainable, add sustainable features to their projects, primarily mechanical and engineering. And that CPACE financing provides you favorable rates and loan terms to make those enhancements to the building. So it's a unique, it's not unique. Well, I guess it's unique. It's a unique way to basically to build more sustainable projects, to incentivize more sustainable projects as part of the capital stack. So and that again, there's only been 2 in the state.
Yeah, it's a novel way.
No, but it's a great way to do it. Yes.
And specifically, I think North Carolina is maybe in somewhat of a minority in having authorized the tool for use with EV charging infrastructure as well. And I think there's only about half the states that have done it, allow that. Yeah, I mean, it could allow a developer to put rooftop solar plus batteries to back up the whole building, depending on the site and the design of the building, such.
So sustainability is another important one. And one thing, I mean, I almost forget about it sometimes, but like, is there a lead requirement? We're kind of getting away from saying there's a lead requirement, but we're saying like lead. So we'll say, look, you don't necessarily have to pay $100,000 to get silver lead or gold lead, but we want those types of, advancements on the site. So sustainability and environmental considerations are a huge piece of it.
A precedent policy that could be cited to that question is the hotel incentive. I don't think we want to do that again, but the fact that hotel incentive was not prescriptive as to the energy assurance method. Energy efficiency assurance method.
So one of the points I think is important to make too as we go forward is, again, we're identifying potential uses for these sites. The conversation about the parking deck is perfect. It's like, well, we have a parking deck on the site. Well, we can't build a parking deck on that site, or we're going to have to spend millions more than we thought. That's why it is important to kind of get to a baseline expectation for what we want for these projects. And then engage with the development community. As soon as you start talking to the development community, they're like, you know what, that sounds great, but I can't get steel right now. I can't get steel for 18 months. Or if I get steel, it's going to be this. And so we really need to go in this direction or that direction. And it literally will drive projects sometimes, how the projects are designed when it's built. And so having the developer as a partner in the conversation about what's going to be developed is so critically important. So when we're looking for developers who've not only delivered projects in the past, but have demonstrated the ability and the capability to work with public entities and work within those processes to deliver those projects, because those are two completely different things. Building a private project without public involvement, except for entitlements, is one thing. Building in concert with the public is very different.
Yeah, you like to pick a developer who knows the word shred. But yeah, the other piece, I think I'm hearing you say the answer to this question, but I'd like to ask the question. At what point should this board and this community be asking itself things like, do we want to reconsider parking requirements? Do we want to examine our height requirements? In what other ways can we incentivize the kind of development that we need in the 21st century in this town to, as you said, continue the fabric of the downtown? Should those conversations happen now or once the developer's on board?
Probably better than later, so that
we look better prepared if we'd had that?
Yes.
Those are implemented in policy?
A lot of these can be achieved with the zoning that you already have in place or through conditional district rezoning. We don't see the zoning as a barrier to achieve what needs to be done on these sites.
A parking space and a half per unit right now. What is it?
For downtown, I don't know if we have parking requirements.
We don't.
We don't.
It's C4 zone.
Yeah, that's key.
So half of the sites are located within the downtown overlay and half of them, but again, but we need to get to what we want on
The downtown overlay.
maybe, wouldn't hurt, especially on the fire station site.
And PDAB is looking at that now.
And it's C4 specifically that doesn't have them or setback requirements. But that can, if we're allowed to do zoning still, we can change that. So.
Just conditional.
Yeah, okay.
Most of the downtown projects, at least that I've worked on, they're typically the municipalities if there are no parking requirements. That does not make the parking question go away. Right. It just removes one element of the conversation, and you still end up with parking.
Yeah, right.
But it's just not. You're not trying to fight with the town or the city about what the parking is.
You put it on the private sector developer to make that best decision themselves.
And then the other challenge is, sort of we want, if the public builds us a parking deck, then we can do this. If they don't build us a parking deck, we can't do this. So, parking is always in, when we're talking about density, that's why, Ellen was saying, it's like, well, we can't put parking in the middle here. We could put, that's a huge statement. We can accommodate parking on these sites to support it. And
I wasn't specifically referring to a parking structure. I just meant where parking would be distributed throughout the block.
Yeah.
And by the way, on A and F, you can achieve pretty nice development that would finish out the downtown without building a parking garage.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that some of the products that we're looking at in the conceptual scenarios can be surface parked and still be potentially a viable development option, depending on the number of stories and the number of units that would be needed. And of course, with the lower number of units, it limits the developer pool because it limits the available capital. And the feasibility of the development deal has to be able to achieve a certain number of units to be viable. But more boutique developers can handle smaller units with various other trade-offs.
Understood. So what kinds of residential units would be talking about for, let's say, just say F?
F, we're envisioning a mix. I think that's the name of the game when it comes to F. A mix of uses, a mix of incomes, a mix of product types, a mix of open spaces and buildings, a mix of pervious and impervious.
Sorry, I chose
what's in trails.
I chose my words poorly. How many residential units are we imagining might be conceivable on that site?
Oh, gosh, I don't have a number for you right now because we've investigated a variety of ranges. We're not yet into the specific amount of yields. Suffice it to say that it's relatively high. I mean, I would guess if I had the ballpark standing here that it could be easily 250
more.
And that might include surface parking on the center of the building, in the center of the lot?
Yes. You can accommodate a nice multifamily product that's got a mixed use component and achieve some adaptive reuse and have open space on the south side of the blocks, all with surface parking.
I think you have some examples of that in Chapel Hill, where you have a 5/2. Right, you got 5 wood stories and then 2 steel structures with parking underneath the 5. And you incorporate a commercial in that as well.
Correct. And in some cases where you've got the grade to do it, some tuck under the building may be appropriate.
On soils.
And when it comes to unit or building type mixes, you may have multifamily products that are basically double loaded buildings. And then you may have some townhomes scattered throughout the site where you want to scale down in terms of density and introduce more urban grain.
Chapel Hill's it's unique that Chapel Hill is up the street because they have developed some unique products with some unique public spaces between the products. And so it's a great, it's a great developer pool to kind of have available to you that's used to working in that environment in sort of a small town context. But yeah, there's lots of things you could do. One of the things we're always reluctant to do is to tell developers that you have to build a 200 space parking deck from the outset. What we want to say is, look, we need to figure out we're going to accommodate parking on the site. Let's figure out what uses we need, what uses we want, and then we'll kind of work the parking into the conversation. But parking, unfortunately, just drives everything.
One of the issues we have in Pittsboro right now, if you look at our downtown, most of our restaurants are open 5 days a week. Why? Because you employ people for 5 days. So because there isn't enough foot of traffic, keep those restaurants open for 6-7 days a week. So you don't have that double staffing issue, right? So what we need is foot traffic downtown. We need density downtown to stimulate all of this. So density downtown is how we save our downtown, in my opinion.
There's a safety component to that as well. More people out on the street at different types of residents keeping an eye on things. Not that you have an unsafe environment, but it doesn't hurt to have neighbors looking out for each other through residents being in downtown.
Well, and to that point too, I mean, we've talked about it, but we're looking at individual properties here. And again, we're trying to keep our focus on the properties, but there's not a conversation we don't go by. It doesn't provide us like, well, wouldn't it be nice with D if we could also get the town to do this over here? So it's a broader urban design and conversation. It is a broader downtown strategy that you want this to plug into. And I think you all have one, but none of these sites on their own are going to achieve all these things, but we just want to make sure that it fits into a larger program effectively. So, that's why we're looking at those other plans and everything to make sure that what we're proposing fits in.
In terms of timeline, and sorry if this question was asked when I stepped out, being that a lot of the county properties are going to be a little further down the line. The one parcel where town parcel D, we could put an RFQ for that tomorrow. So in terms of how we approach this, what would you think from y'all's perspective? Should the town?
I'm not allowed to say that, but I think D.
Yeah, that's starting to looking like the primary target. And your follow-up question was what we suggest be in that RFP.
Well, I'm thinking, would it behoove the town to go ahead and start this development process by going ahead and looking at parcel D as a redevelopment site in the near term, rather than waiting on the county to figure out what
we will. So what the final report will include a product, I want to say a sheet, because it's more than one sheet on site D that will say, this is what we heard, this is what market analysis shows, this is kind of what we see as next steps, any impediments that we see and timing related to that. And this is what the sort of 2 or 3 options for site D. So we will immediately launch into that conversation and say, okay, look, here's the 3 options for site D. How do we want to kind of move forward with this? So we're going to position you for all that conversation, all these sites, but you will be ready to, like, next day, if you want, on site D, say, okay, let's go ahead and move forward with this one and continue the conversation.
Just to piggyback on that, we have, what, 6 sites there, 6 sites. So D is number 1.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hang on, let me just
Can be.
finish this thought.
I'm sorry.
So if the county is going to do this orderly, they will be doing it in a process like the sheriff's department has to take longer. So maybe we could prioritize each one of these so that we can plan what to do.
Yes.
And we're coordinating closely with the
Saying, right?
county on their plans. Mhm.
That's what we're trying to do as well. I mean, ideally, what I'd love to give you is like a sequencing plan for all the sites
There you go.
where they show up in the next 5 or 10 years. But a large, we, at the same time, we also don't want to pin the county down and say, okay, you said you were going to be out by 20.
No, I'm not asking that.
So it's more like a range than it is a specific timeline.
Because they may move out of a building because they build something new and then move people right back into that building because they need the space. Because their needs are just as fluid as ours are right now.
Growing.
Yeah.
And I think that with all of this too, I want to make sure we keep in mind the overall plan. It's like if we said right now, we can redevelop site D and housing is the biggest need, so we're going to put apartments there. But really that site in the grand scheme would be better for a theater or the southern terminus of the monorail, for example. I don't want to like burn up one of those sites for an early need, just keep the whole plan in mind as we do that.
We were talking about a subway, not a monorail.
No, monorail. It's Disney. They got to do a monorail.
On a bigger picture, Kyle, Mr. Mayor, what you're saying is absolutely brilliant because we have a gift. We have a gift that's coming and it's coming slow enough where we can plan. And that's a wonderful gift that we have.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
And Jeff mentioned this earlier, when we think about these sites, it should not be, and this is a pretty big tail that would wag the dog of downtown, right? So when I say tail that wags the dog, there's a lot more downtown that needs to be planned beyond just these properties. But there's enough of these properties to begin to establish a framework that can begin to knit the downtown together in a way that can include properties that fall between these sites, if that makes sense. So, a streetscape or a bike path or that it benefits more than just the subject sites that we're looking at now. And so being part of that whole vision of what the core of downtown becomes.
And to be clear too, the way I tend to think of things, it's not necessarily this goes now or 6 months from now or a year from now. This would go first, second, third. Because there's a lot of uncertainty in the markets right now. There's always a better time of year to release RFQs than other times of year. And we're discovering that there's better times generally to release. And so
Seasonal. Seasonal?
it is because, what it really is, it's just like putting out procurements for when you're putting out procurements for services or equipment. Spring, kind of like early fall, but the process itself, the selection process takes several months and that falls on holidays, it falls on summer vacations and things like that. So there's a better time to put these out to kind of get more responses. And not to put a burden on everybody, just we want participation and we don't want everybody to feel strained. So yeah, there's sort of like 2 windows during the year. It's the best time to put these out.
I'm wondering too, I think it's more of a staff comment, but we're focused on specific properties here, but it obviously impacts a lot of the other things. And we have the downtown support area identified in the land use plan. So I wonder if there's sort of a follow-on activity here of identifying more closely what the in-between areas would look like as well, particularly East Street where we don't have as much public property, but West Street and East Street in those downtown support areas, what those might be. It would sort of be assumed potentially from some of the clarifications of this, but being more, I don't say prescriptive really, but being more forward about some of those planning efforts for areas that are outside these specific parcels, but where we do anticipate what I call the downtown ETJ in the support area.
I think that's always in the back of our minds. And it would be nice to have the local control to be able to guide those properties with different, zoning categories. I think without that now, as people come in and talk about what they plan to do with their properties or what they can, I think that's then our opportunity to kind of shape what that looks like. And certainly, as you mentioned, these projects are going to help with that too.
So site A, it really strikes me, the grade changes that we have there from the north to the south. And it's a similar, maybe greater opportunity than D, for under building parking, basement parking.
At the next iteration of this, they will see some massing. So you're already kind of hitting on what they've drawn for A.
Yeah, well, this was one of our very first conversations, Jonathan. My observation about that grade change and how from there to the Horton School is basically unbuildable land. And it would just be a marvelous view to the south for some penthouse condos that help pay for affordable housing below.
Site A has got a lot of potential for a lot of different things. Site A is probably also one of the most complicated sites to develop. So there are additional conversations to be had about Site A. We've talked about density, we're talking about height. I was involved, I helped negotiate the Loft Hotel in downtown at Raleigh, in Hillsborough Street in Raleigh. And I think maybe I mentioned to this group before, but one of the things that for the loft is it had to be low enough that you could still see the bell tower from Overland Road. It's like a subtle requirement, but it completely limited the height of that. And so when we're thinking about the courthouse, has that conversation ever been had? We don't want to get 3/4 of the way down a path on a development plan with the developer, and then someone say, oh, wait a second, if you do that, you're going to block the view of the courthouse from this direction. So that's a parameter, for example, that we want to make sure we kind of throw into the mix. And there's 100 of those. So I think Site A, we're going to present some things because I think that's going to be a conversation that takes longer. Okay. And quite honestly, that's probably, say this, but from a community value perspective, that Site A is probably the most valuable to the community just because of its location and proximity to the other public uses. So you want to make sure you get that right.
And while it's a challenge to develop and all of the things Jeff said are true, there's also the way it's currently configured, there's a tremendous amount of opportunity to finish out the downtown and achieve something beautiful. I'm bursting at the seams to show you an idea, but we'll get there. Because just the way it's situated, the way the courthouses are situated, there's just a lot of opportunity to make it great.
Ooh, really?
Hey. Although I was disappointed to learn that we couldn't build a roundabout exit off of that to go to the middle of the site, which really throws off the circulation. But those are the things that we're uncovering during this process and that we need to continue these conversations because someone on the road will say, yeah, you can't do that. And then they're like, oh, well, that changes the program entirely. The fact that you can't go out on that roundabout on that site is very significant. And it really affects the circulation on the site. So I guess this, but we really wanted this to be like a roundtable conversation. So the presentation part, we were trying to keep the presentation to a minimum. We value this conversation and this interaction and appreciate the questions. Alan, I think the next step is we're going to go kind of continue doing what we're doing.
The next step is that we're going to be giving the same presentation to the County Board of Commissioners.
You're supposed to do that.
And that got rescheduled, so now it's going to be on the 20th. And then the next phase of the project, we're going to be developing out what Jeff and I call site positioning sheets, where we're going to put everything that we know and think about each of these site clusters into one document that we can then use to pick and choose the elements of the RFP from. And then we're also going to be, as Jonathan said, working through some conceptual development ideas that we'll have some things to visualize some of the concepts that we've been talking about today. And yes, massing diagrams are going to be part of that because we're really going to understand of where that topography changes, where the acceptable mass scale and height are located on the site.
So those massing diagrams will that be static out on a page, or will there be the possibility of having something three-dimensional that people could sit at a computer and explore?
Given the scale of the study and what we're scoped to do, there'll be static diagrams on a page that are taken from a view that we think best portrays the elements.
But that's a great, I'm glad you asked that, because on some of these sites, you might decide the next step not to do an RFQ. It's like, look, let's flesh this out a little bit more. And that's the urban design exercise that I think, we kind of talk about generally. There's potential for these sites where you could do more, and then not just looking at it from this site, but maybe from another site as well.
Site F may be a good one for that.
Yeah, I think community acceptance is really important. And I think that kind of dynamic way of what I'm envisioning, a dynamic way of exposing ideas to the community would be really, really, really important.
And we do have a digital model that we'll be using to generate the massing studies, and we're happy to provide that. We'll be providing that model as a product, so the town can do whatever we could publish to do. Yes. Mm-hmm. We're just not scoped to conduct that level of engagement as part of this current study.
Thank you.
It's like all
Question.
money.
What do we have with engagement with the county, with these properties? Are we purchasing them? Or are we on a rental lease? I haven't heard anything that the county has offered us properties. And I'll go back to what Mr. Bonnet said, when we did that town hall plan numerous years ago, the county was to get 2 floors and we were to get 2 floors. But now they're moving, their office space out of town. So do we have any guarantee that, this is a possibility?
The county understands that this is a huge opportunity for the town of Pittsboro to shape the future of how its downtown looks. I think in terms of how properties are conveyed is something we're going to have to decide on. But I think once both governments come to this kind of same agreement of what the property could be used for, then there's going to be some general statutes that we have to look at on how that property can be conveyed. And certainly I think if it's going to be a pure private sector conveyance where that property would be conveyed for a dollar amount, I mean, obviously I think the county would want to keep that property and control how that happens with our input. If it's affordable housing, then there's some statutes that, regulate how that land is conveyed. So I think a lot of it's going to depend on what we all come together and decide that each parcel will be used for. And then from there, take the next steps.
And we have not had the conversation. The conveyance question pops up on every one of these too. So again, it's ABC's, the ABC board owns this one, fire station, so the county owns this one. So we have ownership issues across the board. So there's going to be horse trading that might have to occur, or it's just a partnership. So there's partnership within a partnership. It's a public-public partnership, and then there's a public-private partnership that we'll have to sort out. One thing that we have not had the conversation yet that we'll dig into as we kind of move forward is it would be very nice to reach some definitiveness about whether or not the county and the town on these properties wants to convey them or just ground lease them for 99 years. That I'm always looking to kind of like check off variables so that we don't have to go down multiple paths at once. So that's one conversation that we'll have, and we'll come back to you on. But just having some definitiveness on that helps kind of narrow the scope and how someone is executed too.
Can you speak a little bit about, maybe I've asked you this before, but what are the benefits or detriments of like say a 99-year lease versus actually selling the property?
So in both cases, if you're dealing with a private developer, the public has to get fair consideration. They have to get consideration for the property. So you just can't give it away. If there are the value of the property can be measured in dollars and in programmatic value. So there is public value that can be achieved. So you can justify adjusting the price, the sales price, depending on kind of what public value you're getting out of the property. So in either case, you've got to get consideration and how that consideration is measured. There's some flexibility built into that. The reason that ground leases are attractive to public entities is because these properties that the public owns now will never be available for public purchase again once they're given away. So when you look at individual properties, you're saying, well, for example, site A, it's like, this is what we want to happen on it today. If we give this property away, we'll never get it back. So looking at sort of the long-term value of the property is the most important consideration, considering ground leases versus, because you can always take it back. I mean, a 99 ground lease is financeable. You can develop on it. And the conversation does not come up in 99 years. It comes up about 50 years when the two parties actually say, okay, let's figure out if we want to extend this for another 50 years or something like that. So it's kind of an ongoing conversation about the property, but if for some reason the public ever wants to take it over, it has the ability to do that. The benefit of a ground lease to a developer is that they don't have to come up with the acquisition cost upfront. They don't have to include that in the financing. So it's a little bit of a financial, but they still have to pay for the property, but they can do that through ground rent payments as opposed to coming up with an outlay at the beginning. Other than that, I mean, for all intents and purposes, the ground lease is turning control over of the property over to them. Now, the other big advantage to the ground lease for a public entity is once you give a property away for a public-private development, and this has happened too many times to count, if they don't execute the development, you can't get the property back. And people, I mean, I see towns and counties all the time trying to put reversion clauses in, and trying to, execute one of those is nearly impossible. The ground lease, they don't execute, you terminate the ground lease and you get it back. Or you terminate the ground lease and you're probably working with a lender to find a new purchase of the property, but you maintain control over the property. So just to be clear, it's not as easy as just terminating the property, because what happens is you get a lender involved, you default the developer, and then you're basically negotiating with the lender to figure out who's going to come in. But at least you still control the property as opposed to just conveying it. So there are advantages to doing ground leases, and in the Northeast, I mean, like most of New York City is ground leased by the railroads. The railroads actually own a lot of that property. Ground leases are very frequent in the Northeast. They haven't become prevalent down here. The Centennial campus at NC State was the first one to really do ground leases down here. And then we've been kind of expanding them throughout the Southeast as time has gone by.
Is there detriments to local tax revenue as a government entity? I mean, is there more or less of any of the various revenue streams that comes from one lease versus a?
It's the use that's taxed. And so once the private use is on the property, the use is taxed, and it's taxed the same way as it would be taxed if it was a private ownership.
So the building would be taxed, the equipment would be taxed, and the sales taxes.
Everything's taxed on it. So there's no, it's treated. Yeah, and the tax office is like a privately owned piece of property.
Thank you.
They're a little more complicated than just kind of turning the property over, but at the end of the day, the risk reward is definitely worth considering. It also, in my experience, you tend to get the more sophisticated developers, because the more sophisticated developer will say, yeah, we're not worried about that at all. We've done that 100 times. The ones that come in and say, well, that's a deal killer. Well, on to the next. So you do get a smaller pool of applicants at the end of the day, candidates.
Okay.
But we'll talk about that part. And we haven't really kind of dug into that at all, but that's something we'll have to sort out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think an important thing to be thinking about between now and their final presentation is what you all think about how we proceed with this process, and specifically with parcel D that the town owns.
How many acres is that? Like 3?
1?
3 or 4. A slide somewhere that I don't have, so I apologize. I should know off the top of my head, but I don't. Sorry.
Looks like less than 3.
Is less than 3. I think it's 2.1.
And so I think it's 2.72.
If you combine the law office next to it, it's 3.
It's 1.25.
Thank you.
Including the law office?
No,
I think maybe it's 2 with the law office.
1.75 with the
You have this memorized, Mayor?
GIS.
Yeah.
All right.
1.75.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
All right. Up next, we have discussion, so we kind of cut off the budget part to get to this, and we'll circle back to it though, just kind of general discussion on the budget and the thoughts and maybe the cleanest way is just to go around the table. Is there somebody that wants to start?
I don't know, I have a question I didn't get around to, don't get me wrong, I'm not against the market, but, I'm concerned that 52 days out of the year is considered a special event. I don't think so. This is public and, I mean, this is town land that we bought with taxpayers' money and we're getting no refund, no revenue from it. I feel like that's setting maybe not a different precedent, but, I believe in our Monday packet, we have something regarding for an alcohol event at the same time.
Yeah, so in the agenda packet for Monday's meeting, the farmer's market is wanting to be allowed to have alcoholic vendors on Thursdays. So they need the permission of the board to do that. So that's what's in the Monday agenda packet.
Okay, and this vendor is going to be on site at no charge. He's not going to pay any kind of fee.
He pays a fee to the farmer's market.
The farmer's
The
market.
farmer's market has fees for their vendors. Those fees are used to pay for the farmer's market coordinator. So they have a position that those fees pay for, but they will not be paying any fees to the town.
I have a problem with that, and I'm sure a lot of our local taxpayers will too, because we're given a spot that the town owns for people to make money. And hey, I go to the farmer's market. They got a better location where they are now, but they're not paying the town a fee for the use of our land.
How often does that pop-up park get rented?
For actual money?
Yeah.
Probably never.
Not very often.
It's
So we're not-
typically always
A whole lot.
it's always a town sponsored
Event.
thing where we
We do have,
Not 52 times a year. We never had anything rented.
we have food trucks that we charge.
we don't really have food trucks there. No, sir.
No, so on Thursdays, any of the vendors that are there between 3 and 6, they are part of the farmer's market. So whether it's a food vendor or whether it's a farmer, vendor, they are all paying fees to the farmer's market, not to the town of Pittsboro. Similar to, for Sundays, any of those vendors, those are not paying fees to the town of Pittsboro. They are paying fees to the PBA. Any of our other events, I mean, again, they're not paying fees to the town, but the idea is that we are assisting in the usability, the drawing people to downtown, which is the benefit to the town.
Yeah, 'cause
I disagree with that a little bit. I disagree with the payment plan. I don't disagree that it brings people to Pittsburgh by no means. I mean, but I really think some kind of fee should be paid for the town because we put barricades up, cones out, and that costs the town. And I'm not beating the bush on the farmer's market because that's a great thing. But I just think it should be some kind of arrangement to the town. But if we remember, about a year or two ago, we had a coffee trailer that wanted to come in there and rent ground that the town owned. And I forget what the charge was, but it was, he backed out on account of the charge that we was charging, correct? It was like Monday through Thursday.
Like $800 or something.
No, so with the vendor for a coffee truck, we had to do it, because we're a municipality, we needed to do an RFP to solicit vendors. That coffee truck never submitted when we issued the RFP. And the only vendor that we had was the alcoholic vendor that wants to go to the farmer's market, but they also thought it was going to be multiple food trucks there at the same time. And when we said that there was only going to be one slot, because on a daily basis, we do not want the whole parking lot taken up with food trucks. We just wanted to have one spot available. And they were not interested in that if it wasn't going to be multiple food trucks.
So what required the RFQ for that, but then doesn't require it for like the farmer's market to rent it once a week?
Because they have their process. So because we have a process for sponsoring events. So the farmer's market applied to us for sponsorship of their event. They have their requirement for their vendors. So we don't dictate that, just like we don't for First Sundays or any other event that has vendors or booths. We like street fair, we are sponsoring the street fair, but we're not dictating, we don't get fees from the vendors. Those are collected by the Rotary.
Yeah, and the coffee, that was a permanent, well,
Like-
semi-permanent setup.
Yeah.
Where their trailer was going to be parked 5 days a week, connected to water and sewer, using bathrooms. I mean, it was a much different, whereas the farmer market comes in twice a week, they set up, they're
Once a
done,
week.
they close down, and the parking lot's back open.
Do they use our bathrooms?
Yeah, the bathrooms are open, and that's part of the fee that they're, but the bathrooms are, right now, they are open all the time. We haven't been locking them. So,
Can you describe the first Sundays? You said there are fees being paid, not fees, but they donate to the Pittsboro Downtown Business Association.
I believe, I don't totally know how that is structured, but we sponsor First Sundays. We sponsor the street fair, which also
You
uses,
sponsor, but there's no fees collected. Correct.
I don't think we actually sponsor it, do we?
the street fair?
The first Sunday.
First Sundays.
Yes, we do.
First Sundays is handled by PBGA.
The Pittsboro Business Association.
But we do,
Yeah.
so because they were holding it at the pop-up park for a while.
So it would seem
That's a
to me
sponsorship.
that if we were to charge a fee for the farmer's market payable to the town, that we would then therefore have to do it for First Sundays, and they would have to pay us as well. It would have to be across the board to anything that we sponsor.
And the money that we make for First Sunday and for everything that the Pittsboro Business Association does goes right into community events. So we're not making money, we're saving money to put it towards summer
More
fest
events.
and the tree lighting.
Okay. That's fair. Commissioner Farrell, I'm sympathetic to your concerns, and I can imagine hearing from folks also about their discomfort with allowing the use of public facilities for free. My own reckoning with that is that I have a pretty deep understanding of how you can't get blood from a turnip, especially a local farmer's market turnip. And these are really marginal enterprises and family businesses that, well, my family, my mother sold cheese at the farmer's market in Carrboro and then moved to Carrboro and Durham and then Carrboro and Pittsboro. But it's direct marketing is really tough. And it's a lot to ask of them to pay their market fees just so that they have somebody to run and promote the market, the farmer's market.
Yeah, that's where their market fees go to.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to put words in Commissioner Farrell's mouth, but I don't think he wants to be fair. I think that's what we're talking about, making sure that we're being consistent and fair, no matter what we're doing. So, and I think this was more of a clarification, right? Now that we know that.
I think it's really just opening up more people to want to use the pocket park at no fee. But that's just my thought. But I'm not against the market. Don't get me wrong, not against that or farmers or nobody else. So, but it's gonna come back to us one of these days. It may get me an alcohol truck and put down there on Thursdays, every Thursday, who knows?
Does
Would you
it,
sell?
we need to clarify what we would sponsor? Like what qualifies as an event that we could sponsor so that what you're anticipating doesn't happen?
You know, the only thing that, and it's not that But this is considered a special event, but I don't call 52 times a year a special event. The tree lighting once a year, yeah, that's great. They're special events, they're yearly. So I'll leave it at that. That's all.
I think two things on that too, like we have to anticipate, we do approve things as they come to us on an individual basis. We don't often see like a slate of this is the stuff for the year. And I'd like to get to that point where we say this is what is coming for the upcoming year, particularly in light of budget conversations. But, I think we have to think about if the Saturday farmer's market says we would like to move from the mill to downtown, I don't know if they're paying at the mill, but we could save X by moving downtown. We want the same deal as the other farmer's market. What are we gonna do about that? And then more particularly in the light of the Bolton and Mink presentation we just saw, if we advertise next week an RFQ to get rid of that site and start construction on it, then how many local events are we putting out that have started to rely on that space being available too? So, I mean, I think in that way, it's a temporary solution for them. And so there's, a cost to that. But that's going to be another, I think, barrier to redevelopment of that site now that is being more used, which was the goal of the pop-up park too, in the meantime to use it. So it's complicated. We're doing that like we do nonprofit, like we're doing it kind of ad hoc now, but as we grow, these things are going to have to be more policy driven than just throwing it on an agenda because it came up as an idea.
Mm-hmm. And then once the policy is in place, then you all will get calls because that policy is going to restrict people from using it the way they want to.
Mm-hmm.
It's our burden.
So would you like staff to look at this and put some constraints?
I don't.
I mean, I guess we can talk about this on Monday, but special event and social district and like how those interact and like, it's like some other topics. Like if you do it once, it's not a thing. If you do it 10 times, it's a thing. So I don't know what that threshold is, but.
I've heard a lot of feedback from people who've wanted to rent the pop-up park and they haven't because of how expensive it is. So there's that too. I mean, it's pretty expensive to rent it.
Yeah. If you were to rent it for like your kid's birthday party, it's expensive. But so are most places that you rent for those types of things. But if it's a community event that's going to draw people into downtown and support businesses in downtown, I think that's typically where we're like, okay.
Right.
And just related to the fees, so the way that we reach those fees was by looking at the market and what other municipalities charge for rentals of that size space, and for what they're able to do there. So same with community house and the different structure, at Night Farm Park, those rental fees were all by looking at the market, to see how various other municipalities charge for similar type spaces.
Let me ask a question on that if I can. So I guess I understand you're looking at the market of other towns and so on and so forth. But I'm just kind of thinking like real estate, you can look at a market and you can price your house to sell, but if nobody's buying it, that's not the price. Are people, and where I'm hearing that people are not renting it, even though we did almost a CMA on it, are our fees too high? And if we lower the fees that people can actually rent and utilize that, would that bring in more money for the town? I've heard from people that the community house is too expensive to rent. So I'm wondering how many times that gets used or rented in a year, and are our fees preventing us from actually making income on that?
I can get numbers on how many times, to my knowledge, the community house is rented frequently. Our shelters are rented a lot. The pop-up park is not rented as much. So
we can look at the pop-up park fee.
Yeah.
I think the community house fee is, if you live in town, it's very.
I think it's very reasonable, yes.
$100 an hour, is that what?
But we will be adjusting the fees because we now have to set a flat fee. We can't have a resident and non-residential fee. Per our grant that we get from the county. We are going to have one fee that is for all.
Which grant is that?
It's the rec, we get a rec grant from the county,
How much?
approximately $23,000. That is more than we get in fees.
Yeah. It requires us to treat everyone in Chatham County equally. Because the county.
I'll just make.
We could have-
a comment. If it was not the farmer's market, what would the town be doing? If it was another organization not charged, I mean, for 52 days a year, what would the town do then? Sleep on that. If it was not the farmer's market, what would we be doing?
Would be asking PDAB for a recommendation.
Touche. Yep,
I would do.
listen, yep. Good.
I think with rental fees too, like we want to be, there's probably less cleanup at the pop-up park than at the community house, whatever. We obviously want to cover our fees or our cost of, use but have people use them too. So.
And
Yeah,
is
we'll
there
take
a
a-
contract for the use of the pop-up park or the pocket park for the what do you call it? For the farmer's market, or can we terminate it? Should we decide to develop it? Like, is there we need to give them a certain amount of time to find a new location or?
There's not a contract. They applied for sponsorship. They currently have sponsorship through the rest of this fiscal year, and they will have to apply for sponsorship.
So we couldn't develop it until the end of the fiscal year because we have that sponsorship agreement.
Well, the sponsorship agreement is not necessarily binding. I mean, they are applying for sponsorship from the town. So
When
the fee.
we're doing budget now, we're in April, like
Yeah.
when do they reapply for July?
They will be shortly.
I think from their perspective.
Yeah.
We want to do that too.
So we have a sponsorship. We also have, when we rent it out, we have a lease agreement for the pocket.
They did, yes, and they did fill out an agreement with the park.
Right. So
It goes, I believe it just goes through this fiscal year.
0. So we're doing two things with one space, sponsorship and leasing. Once a week.
So the sponsorship is covering like, they're not paying anything for that lease.
Right, of course.
The sponsorship is covering that. They're the two things that we are doing for that one event. You have your sponsorship and then you have your special event application. Those are two separate things.
Yeah.
So the sponsorship, that is something that is approved by the committee of Jonathan, myself, and Teresa, based on funding that is already in the budget for sponsorships. And we did a budget amendment for it when we brought it to board. The special event sponsorship, if they are specifically asking for alcohol usage, has to come to the board for approval. But it has to be a special event application in order for them to request alcohol to be at the event.
And the farmer's market is open to the public. So people can still go in there and park. They can go play on the playground. They can use the bathrooms. They can sit at the picnic tables. If you're going to rent the pop-up park for a birthday party, you are assuming that the bathrooms, the playground, all of that is yours to use. So that's why it's a little bit different also.
Okay, yeah, I get that part.
Same like if we were having a community engagement event at the community house, everyone's welcome. And if the county wanted to use the community house for like a community engagement event, we might say, sure, because it's open to the public. But if you rent it for a baby shower, you're not going to want people off the street coming into your baby shower. So it's a bit of a different approach for each.
Right. And we have it on the agenda.
I got more comments, but I'll just wait till.
Well, we have it on the agenda for Monday too, for that specifically. But any other budget comments, capital thoughts?
I have one. I would love to see a downtown event coordinator. I see that it's out of the budget. But I think it's really important, as Chatham Park is growing and getting so big. We are kind of getting smaller and the time is like right now to be downtown Pittsboro. We have a small group of people doing events, and I think if we had more help, it would be great.
I have one more budget wish list. I would like to see in Pittsboro, it doesn't have to be this, obviously this coming year, but consider an arborist, a tree authority that could help us with a tree ordinance for downtown. Most growing cities have arborists, tree arborists, and I think it's time for us to consider that.
Are you talking about that as a town position or like a contractor?
That's something we can discuss. I think it's maybe the first year, a contract, and then a paid position after that, just to see how much work is available and what is necessary
We have money allocated.
for contract.
Yeah.
Contract work.
So.
Tree service work, yeah.
Tree service, and that's a little bit, that's kind of what I want to see is more tree preservation as opposed to tree processing. There's a difference. So I want to see, oh my gosh, that tree was cut down. It shouldn't have been cut down. There's no reason for the tree to get. I'd like a professional opinion. No, I don't say we don't need to have somebody cut down trees, but I want to see somebody that's defending our trees as a good conscious of we have these beautiful trees in Pittsboro. We should keep them, and we need somebody with some experience with that very thing.
Mr. Foley, I hear you loud and clear, and I'm very sympathetic, and I would prefer, I'd love to have a full-time arborist. I think we probably do have enough work for a full-time arborist, somebody to look after and care for the trees rather than just cut them or practice surgery or. However, I think that I'd rather we focus our attentions or ask staff to focus attentions on the tree sitting designation because it's going to get us in that direction. And I think there's some things that we need to do as a municipality. We've already taken some steps towards tree sitting designation, but there's just a couple more things we need to do to get to that point. And the arborist will happen in due course through that path. Yeah. I need to apologize, friends. I have a 3:00 work appointment. So I'll be stepping out in just a moment. I don't intend to interrupt the proceedings. Commissioner Thurber, I heard your proposal and I want to speak a little bit about this. The downtown event coordinator is something that you've convinced me about it. And as I think more about it and how tight this budget is, I'm really struggling with it. And I don't know if I have time to express this the way that I want to. I think what I would like to see is for us to strive to reassess this in July or August after we've passed our budget, after we start to get a sense of revenues and business flows through the town, whether or not we could do that later this year. And I think we had this conversation that I'm also maybe more supportive of the idea of some part-time help. And Commissioner Hunsaker, you've mentioned several times an idea that I'm very fond of because I've had great advantage of working with students student interns, even graduate student interns, can be tremendous engines of productivity if they're allowed to be unleashed in a direction of their enthusiasm. And so these are all just ideas. And again, I apologize that I have so little time to continue the conversation. But to wrap up, I mainly wanted to express great gratitude to staff for this budget workshop. I think it was very effective. I went into it kind of skeptical because I couldn't find the numbers in the documents, but I think that the way that it was structured really helped me have a very solid understanding of where we've come from, what we still have yet to do, and how hard staff are working with so few resources. So deep gratitude to the whole staff for that. In a similar vein, I'm just going to put this out there very briefly. After triaging all of my interests and concerns and things from constituents, again, I will say my top request is the idea of a fiscal impact analysis so that we understand what it is we're getting ourselves into long term. We're already struggling this hard with continued operations and challenging ourselves not to increase taxes despite all the many requests for additional funds. And we know that sprawl is going to increase our taxes. We know that it's going to force us to increase taxes, to take care of the streets, the sidewalks, the greenways. And Jonathan Franklin, thank you very much for a recent email that was very informative. I noted that it is only revenues, again. So if Chatham Park delivers another thing that they seem to call a fiscal analysis and it doesn't have costs and liabilities in it, I think I might lose my lunch. And I know we can look at the whole picture. I know we have the ability to do that. There's going to be lots of caveats and qualifiers to the numbers. These are guesses, these are estimates, but we have to put something on paper that gives us a balanced perspective of what we're getting out of development in terms of revenues, but also what it's going to cost us. And it's not just about Chatham Park. I would suggest that it's about all of the entitlements that have been issued to date in town. And I was very, very excited to see Commissioner Thurber, you shared with me a piece of work that Teresa Thompson had created that I embarrassingly had missed in her work plan, which was a three-dimensional map showing, like in heat scale, the tallest, reddest pieces were those new properties where land has been developed in such a way that it generates lots of tax revenue. It's a very, very helpful, very, a picture conveys 1,000 words, right? We just need to get those costs in there too. And I think it's the kind of thing that staff could do in-house. So I'm sorry, Jenna has left, but I understand that she's quite talented with GIS, and I'd love to see another attempt at that map that Teresa created 1.5 years ago that attempts to convey both costs and revenues.
Yeah, we get that from the State Main Street office. So I think we can get that at any time.
Including costs.
The cost, no. That would be based on, again, priorities of service. How much service do you want to provide?
Yep.
And so again, that's a board priority decision.
If you have any other comments about the budget, please feel free to email me. So I will be obviously updating this for the May meeting. So if you, in the next couple of weeks, anything that you can give me, that would be great.
Thank you.
Sure.
I think, I've got a little more time too, but I think overall, we started, in my recollection, we started this list kind of in and out list when Chris Kennedy was around or something, but like, This is the most outs I've ever seen on it, you know, and on one hand, I want to kind of thank staff for figuring this all out, how to get to this balanced budget and this, but, you know, recognizing there's a lot of cuts to current things, not adding things that we need and, you know, green infrastructure, stream repair, stormwater, and even spreaders and snowplowers and stuff like that, that like we, you know, we have a level of service that we've kind of committed to, and I think we're sort of backtracking on that a little bit this year. So anything, you know, to move from out to in is a tax increase or taking something out of the budget. And I don't know where else we do that. Maybe we can save on healthcare, maybe we, you know, we can do those things, but to not do a tax increase this year, it's a lot of, I think it's a step backwards in the service that we're currently offering. And making it harder on staff doing more with less doing, you know, so that, you know, I think we all also too have to be more careful about what we ask staff to do in these times. Are going to be more strained, less benefits potentially. And so we're going to have to also kind of step back on what we expect out of staff, although they're all very hardworking and very good at their professions. There's limits. So.
But I don't want you all to be too worried. I mean, we really are looking at this as just find the baseline. Let's work through it. Let's see what this year looks like or next year looks like. And that's going to give us an eye to the future of how we need to budget, what we need to look at, how we need to plan, and then how we stair step those projects that everybody wants to see.
Our advantage is we're growing.
Right.
That's our biggest advantage.
I think this was a great exercise to look at what department heads want to accomplish, what that costs, and then what we can actually afford with our current tax rate. So I think it, just in general, was a great exercise to have this come together the way it did. But the good news is you've already got money allocated for a lot of park projects and some other things that are going to get done next year. Because we just don't have the manpower to do all of these things as fast as one would like. So it's almost like a catch-up year as well.
Any other comments? Questions?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Motion, is there a second?
More to be at 3:30.
Motion and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
All right, Jay, be good.